1 and 5.
Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners is present, I call the December 8th, 2022 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting, and all votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today, and I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners, approval of 3 sets of minutes, and a report from the executive director. I anticipate taking a brief break once his report is finished. Then we'll proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 5 change of ownership application recommendations, 6 provisional license recommendations, 8 final license recommendations, and 64 license renewal recommendations. I then anticipate taking a break for lunch. For the latter portion of today's meeting, there are 5 items in the commission discussion and vote section, including a presentation on the proposed fiscal year 24 budget, ratification of an enforcement action, and a new job description. I will ask the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting to raise their hand to be recognized. And with those initial comments, I will turn things over to the commission for any opening comments or updates. I will go in alphabetical order and I will give my comments last. Commissioner Camargo.
Sure. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Chair. We are at the end of the year. So I'm definitely grateful for all our staff, our team, the industry folks that have reached out to us this year. I just want to say thank you to everyone who is watching but continues to keep us on our feet. I also want to thank our former Chief People Officer, Erica White, who her last day, I think, at the commission was last week, Friday. I want to thank her, along with everyone, I've said this before, who has been part of this agency. You know, we were in startup mode for a while, and now we're getting to a mature state. But I want to just thank Erica for all her service in helping the team to really create this agency, and her team, you know, in HR. So I just want to say thank you to her for doing that, and we're happy, you know, for her next gig and wherever she lands. So just thank you to Erica again. I also want to just share that last month, a few of us attended the MJ Biz conference. It was definitely an experience. I had never been to MJ Biz, so I'm glad I went. Was able to speak to so many folks within the industry, had some great conversations with clients from the Last Prisoner Project. I really appreciate that. A lot of insightful information and also just eye-opening when we think about how many folks have been impacted by this industry, and when you see them and speak to them. And, you know, one gentleman I had met served over 14 years for an amount that we would think is ridiculous at this point, but he lived in a state where the laws were very strict. So it was definitely educational and very informative. I also know that we have staff members this week at the CANRA conference. So I'm glad that our team is also getting out to conferences, not just us as commissioners. So I hope that they can bring back some nuggets that they can share with us. So lastly, I just want to say thank you again to our team for the hustle and bustle. I know last December we didn't have a meeting, so it's great to have a meeting on the calendar. The more meetings we have, the more licenses that, you know, and policies that we can create. And I really look forward to next year. I know that, you know, the buzz is, you know, we're talking about regs and looking at the new statute and whatnot. So I'm excited to really dig down and to be able to work with our colleagues. I just want to say thank you to the chair. We know you came in here, you know, a few months, but you've been doing your job and we appreciate you. And I want to just thank Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Concepcion, and Commissioner Roy for, you know, just what we've been building. We don't always agree, but I think we agree to disagree. And I just want to thank you all and our team. So those are my comments, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I actually, some days I will write brief notes that I want to say. Today sort of shifted with the news of Brittany Griner being released finally. So I really wanted to make sure that I use this time to recognize that I think we're all aware that she was arrested in February. She was sentenced to 9 years in a penal colony originally designed by Stalin for 0.7 of a gram found in a vape cartridge. And it's funny, this is my son's 3rd birthday, so I had a whole different mindset, but I've been outraged like many people for months and months. And the news is bittersweet. I think I can speak for everyone. You know, we're happy that she's coming home, angry that she was convicted in the first place. But I'm also acutely aware that if this were to happen not even 10 years ago, there would be no outrage. And only a few short years ago, people were losing their homes, their jobs, and public benefits for simple possession charges. And that impact did not disappear by just signing a new law or legalization. I know that those impacts won't disappear even on the federal level when hopefully legalization occurs at that level as well. And I know I come on here just about every month and I talk about the intersection between our work here as commissioners regulating the now legal cannabis industry and the criminal justice reforms and the way that the judicial system works. And I think that it's important to continue to recognize that because of instances like this, because there's still so many people who are here, both in Massachusetts and throughout the country, who are really, really struggling and grappling with the impacts that have lasted from a conviction or an arrest that occurred before legalization. So I just wanted to highlight that. It goes without saying that I believe it's our job as cannabis commissioners to make sure that we are acknowledging our sort of wild, weird position here in this world, in this regulated industry, but also understanding the legacy behind it. And to also actively engage and address the barriers for people with marijuana-related records. So I wanted to just state that on the record. I also wanted to say thank you so much, Chairwoman. Thank you for, first having this meeting in December. As Commissioner Camargo mentioned, we don't usually have a December meeting, but I know it's helping so many people who are on today's docket, who've been doing a lot of work to really become licensed and continue to be licensed. And I also just wanted to tip my hat off to you because I know, you kind of came in, it's a really busy place, but you've handled it with grace. And I just wanted to say, we appreciate you. And I see that the work that you're doing, and I am hearing, even our conversations, that you have a focus here. And I just look forward to kind of what happens next. So my other commissioners, I won't, I know we'll probably speak individually, but we won't be back again until the new year. So I'll say Happy New Year. And it's been a pleasure just working with you all. And I'll leave that there. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Concepcion, thank you very much for reminding us of that history, reminding us about the news of Brittany Griner. But please wish your son a very happy birthday. And I don't speak for the whole commission, but this one time from the whole commission. So please let him know that we hope that his 3rd birthday is totally wonderful. So
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you very much. And thanks for those comments. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. And yes, happy birthday, Ava, to your son, Commissioner Concepcion. Happy birthday. But first, I also want to echo Commissioner Concepcion and just to say when I turned on the news this morning, how happy I was to hear the release of Brittany Griner from a Russian prison. We are so glad that she is now literally flying on her way home. It just serves as a stark reminder of the incredible freedoms and liberties that we enjoy in America, and we're just so happy to hear the news that she's on her way home. Last week, I had the honor of attending Elevate Northeast held an event in Worcester, and it was a pitch competition, and what a tremendous event it was. Such positive energy. I enjoyed listening to all the pitches of all the current and prospective licensee as they move along in their quest to open a cannabis business in Massachusetts. And I just want to say I get to meet so many wonderful people, and congratulations to all the cash award winners that night. On December 1st, the state of Rhode Island commenced its first day of adult use cannabis sales. And I want to thank WPRI in Providence for inviting me on during their news hour to share as a regulator Massachusetts' perspective on our cannabis industry, our lessons learned, and our progress. As we close out calendar year 2022, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the progress. The cannabis industry in Massachusetts continues to be an economic driver. We are now approaching $4 billion in gross sales since the first dispensaries opened their doors in November of 2018. Over 450 applicants have now progressed through the licensing phase and have commenced operations in adult use. 100 medical treatment centers are open across the Commonwealth, servicing nearly 100,000 patients, and over 50,000 individuals are directly employed in Massachusetts in the cannabis industry. Cannabis now outpaces alcohol and excise tax revenue. As the cannabis industry continues to grow and evolve here in Massachusetts, we have enjoyed many successes, but we have also faced challenges. With the ushering in of the new calendar year, the Commission will continue its next round of regulatory revision, review, and drafting. An incredibly important step with significant impact on the industry moving forward. I especially look forward to hearing from our staff, stakeholders, and constituents during this process. Your input is incredibly important and valued, and I want to thank all of you in advance for your participation. Last but not least, I want to give a shout out to Allie DeAngelis and Michael Baker from our legal team. Both of them recently provided me with incredible insight and expertise on separate matters, which was extraordinarily helpful. Thank you, Allie and Mike, and thank you so much, Madam Chair and my fellow commissioners for my time today. And I want to wish you, our CCC staff, and everyone a peaceful, safe, and happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. And Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, usually I get the opportunity to go almost second. I guess I get to go second to last, and I can usually say ditto. And I appreciate everything that everybody said, and really feel and Madam Chair, just want to thank you for the leadership you've provided. I really enjoyed our conversations in the time that you've been here, and looking ahead, like Commissioner Camargo said, to what's going to be on our agenda next year. So, and thank you to all my colleagues. You know, we're kind of a crazy family, but at the same time, I love it that we can agree to disagree without being disagreeable. And thankfully, we haven't had too many of those instances, but I really enjoy everything that all of you bring to the table and your experience. I'm going to probably have some comments that are a little bit longer than usual, so if you'll permit me. First, like to thank our licensing team, the renewal team, Kyle, Sarah, Annie, and Jamie, for taking the time as they do every month to go through the renewals with Commissioner Camargo and myself. They may have even got me hooked on Yellowstone, so I got to keep up with my binge watching, but greatly appreciate their work and the entire team's work in preparing us for today. Just a couple of updates. I know we all actively get out and visit our licensees. I had the chance recently to visit Major Bloom right here in Worcester with Commissioner Concepcion the other day. Really enjoyed meeting Ulysses, the management, the entire team at the dispensary, as well as talk about, you know, some topics around product innovation, successful hiring within the community, and discussing new ways to offer small businesses the chance to partner. Really looking forward to more tours as we approach the new year. Actually, I'm going to be down visiting Blackstone Valley Naturals next week, so our work continues. Secondly, as Commissioner Roy said, she and I and our COO and our entire social equity team and some of our comms team attended that inaugural pitch contest event in Worcester last week, hosted by Elevate Northeast. 10 businesses were invited to make a 90-second pitch, answer questions from the judges, and work to receive one of 5 cash awards. They handed out 3 at $50,000 each and 2 at $25,000 each. As Commissioner Roy said, the energy and the enthusiasm in the room was exciting, even though some of them were competing against each other. That kind of collegiality and energy was really remarkable. Our team discussed the interest in kind of following the winners And I would even add those that did not receive cash awards to just see how they progressed through the life cycle of their business and through the licensing. We met some great entrepreneurs, employees, even some interested onlookers who were just there to support each other, network, even chat about how they might be able to support our social equity applicants. But with all that excitement, celebration around the awards, there was a message that resonated with me, and it's the message I know we're all familiar with, which is the need for capital in this emerging industry. Startups, provisional, and even commence operation licensees were all making pitches and all talking about the financial challenges facing their business. And as we know, small business applicants have put a lot of risk for the opportunity to engage in this industry, and it's clear evidence why it was so important for all of us to advocate for that new social equity fund. And I know we're excited about the fund becoming operational. I thank everybody for their advocacy efforts to get the fund supported. Thank Commissioner Camargo. She's been out there knocking on doors and encouraging individuals to apply for the advisory board. So we're all excited to see that get off the ground and begin its work. You know, as we look ahead to our regulatory work, which I know Commissioner Roy just mentioned, our mission always remains to safely, equitably, and effectively implement and administer the law. However, in creating a safe and compliant and robust industry, I think we must remember that regulatory work can come with a cost burden on top of the competitive pressures that our licensees face. That's why during the regulatory process, we must identify those costs in a small business impact statement. So I know we're extremely vigilant about our mission and focus on public safety and public health, but I hope as we go through this process that the cost of compliance merits our attention. Finally, I also just want to thank Erica White, the great job she did really helping to build the team that we work with every day. And she did a lot of that hiring during COVID when people were being interviewed virtually and being onboarded virtually. So kudos to her and her great work. And we wish her the best of luck in her new position, and happy holidays to all my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I get to say ditto to you about my interest in making sure that this regulatory time that we're all going to be working together, working with staff, working with stakeholders to make improvements, not only protecting safety, but also making sure that we understand that this is sort of a different business that is still a business. That needs to get capital and needs to be able to function quickly. And that's, one of the reasons, I was really excited to have an opportunity when we were in Worcester on Monday, and I had an opportunity to meet Yao Jibi's team of investigators. And I have to tell you that the enthusiasm, the intelligence, we are hiring 11 new investigators. And I think that you can see that, Chief Jibi has done a very good job of bringing together a talented team. But what I really liked to see was the enthusiasm. It was really great to meet with all of them. One of the other things I just wanted to point out, and I'm in the process of going around and meeting different business owners. And I want to thank Rebecca Kwake, who has helped me sort of move through that process. She's been, fabulous. But obviously, in the coming year, there is more work to be done. As Commissioner Stebbins said, improving responsiveness, understanding that there are businesses and lives, families behind the licensees and applicants that we regulate is really important. And I'm hoping that in the new year, I think we've heard a lot. We've all got emails from different advocates and stakeholders about how we also protect and improve the safety and working conditions for persons working in the industry. And while, I don't have anything to announce today, I want to, let the folks who've run the editorials, the people who are blogging, the activists who are reaching out to us, I want them to know that that is going to be front and center for some of the things that I'm going to be working on. So, in the new year, I hope that we will have some, whether it's regulations or some other shorter term, fixes that we can put in place that hopefully will enhance the safety of people in the industry. And I know that all of the commissioners have eloquently spoken about that. So, With that, I will move to the
Chair,
next.
Chair.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner
Yeah.
Camargo. Sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, and I was gonna say it in my beginning comments, but I had two pair of notes today. So I think we would be remiss if we did not thank Grace O'Day and Kate Flanagan. So I just want to take a moment, ladies. I know you're behind the scenes. I don't know if you want to come off camera so we could just see you, but I just want to say thank you. I don't know how other commissioners did it without executive administrators and support from you all. We drive you crazy. But thank you, because you have just been so helpful. I know to myself, I think I could speak for all the commissioners in the work that you have done to keep us on track. Kate, good seeing you on camera right now behind the scenes, to keep Sean on track and to keep all of us on track. So I just really want to say thank you so much for your work. Looking forward to continuing to work with you all. And Chair, you mentioned Rebecca Quaquier as well. And I know there's a lot of folks in this agency that we don't get to interact every day with, but I just wanted to really give that shout out to Kate and Grace. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So unless anyone else has anything else they'd like to add, the next item on the agenda is the approval of 3 sets of minutes. First, from the open portion of the October 7th meeting, next the minutes from the October 13th meeting, and finally the minutes from the open portion of the November 7th meeting. I will start by asking commissioners for a motion to approve the open portion of the October 7th, 2022 public meeting. Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to make a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any questions, comments, or edits to the minutes? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Next, I'll ask the commissioners for a motion to approve the October 13th, 2022 public meetings. Commissioner Roy, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, is there a second?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any questions, comments, and or edits to the minutes? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Finally, I will ask the commissioners for a motion to approve the open portion of the November 7th, 2022 public meeting. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any questions, comments, and or edits to the minutes? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Next, we're going to the executive director's report, and I will turn things over to Sean Collins for his regular update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners. Nice to see you all. I will begin, as I always do, obviously with our data report. I'll, in that process, try to illuminate some areas of data that I certainly find interesting or I think are worth noting or watching or observing, and try to provide some insights where I might be able. We also have a number of other items for your consideration today, so I'll probably reserve some comments for later on, including, for instance, an update on my progress toward the calendar year 2022 goals. So in other words, this portion of my report might be brief or shorter than usual. As you see here on the first highlight, there's 22 applications that are waiting their initial review. These are applications that we've not yet looked at. Our staff are first going to categorize them between prioritized applications, expedited applications, or general applicants. You have 6 applications before you today for your consideration. There are 32 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. These are, in fact, applications we have looked at. We've evaluated them. We've likely issued a request for information, oftentimes a request for additional or clarifying information, and these applications have now been returned to the Commission for our consideration. We do not just, I think it's noteworthy here, we don't put a timeline on how long someone may have to return those applications to us. So For instance, if we were to issue an RFI because something was missing in its entirety, we want to make sure that folks have an opportunity to thoughtfully and meaningfully provide that information and not race a clock necessarily. So at the same time, when we get those applications back, they do hit our queue with that continued prioritized, expedited, or general status. And then lastly, here, the fourth and final bullet on this page is there's 96,489 certified active patients in our medical use of marijuana program. This slide here references the applications in their entirety as far as what that workload might look like, especially for our investigative staff. You see that there's 160 applications that have been provisionally approved, as well as 516 provisional licenses. The only distinction between those two categories is the payment of a license fee. So 160 applicants have been approved and considered by the Commission, but have not yet paid that applicable fee. 66 final licenses, those are folks that are on the verge of opening, and 462 entities have in fact opened their doors and commenced their operations in the Commonwealth. And on the right-hand side there, you see that there's 112. That's a difference from year over year. So an additional 112 entities have opened their doors in Massachusetts over the course of the last calendar year. This slide here is one that I will continue to show you on a monthly basis. Really, the insight itself does not change, which is we want to see folks advance downward in this slide, in this table. In other words, get folks to that commence operations phase. I highlight that middle row, as I often do, just to note that those are folks that, while provisionally approved or licensed, the thing that advances someone from a provisional license to a final license is a physical build out. And that, of course, is capital intensive. That's not to suggest as well that achieving or attaining a provisional license itself is not costly. It may be. The cost of professional consultants, the cost of even just acquiring and preparing those materials. And of course, our application process does require you to identify a location. And oftentimes folks might be holding that property through rent payments or options, etc. So I don't want to suggest by any means that obtaining a provisional license is free or cheap. It may not be. Depends on the individual circumstances of an applicant, but advancing in that physical build out is in fact expensive and costly. And obviously, I think Commissioner Stebbins, you referenced it as well, as that access to capital is certainly a milestone or a challenge to overcome, and other commissioners have discussed it as well. So again, just wanted to provide some insight into this slide. It's one that we're going to continue to monitor, but those folks are ones that we wanted to advance downward to towards that commence operations phase. I'll pause here if there's any questions, of course, too. You see here at the bottom of the slide as well, I'll just note for the sake of consistency that the percentage increases is year over year. So that social equity, for instance, is a 3.6% increase over December of 2021. This slide here is really that categorization. So I mentioned earlier, when we get an application, the first thing we do is evaluate it for how it might be or should be categorized. So there's 259 entities that have enjoyed MTC priority status. Just for sake of clarification for that, they must have been in the same location for the same type of operation. So for instance, an MTC located with a cultivation to secure prioritization must be applying for a cultivation license at that location. It does not allow you to use that priority status and go somewhere else, for instance. Economic empowerment priority status is equivalent to MTC. Those two sit atop our licensing queue and we alternate between them. If there were to be 2 applications or 3 applications, we would alternate between those license types. Expedited review, you see on the right-hand side, is broken down into several categories. License type, for instance, micro business, outdoor grow, or an ITL, as well as social equity program participant. DBE status, we've discussed that in the past. That's really a supplier diversity office prioritization or process that we are grateful to have their assistance in. And then some folks do qualify based on 2 or more categories. And lastly, but certainly not least, is general applicant. And you see that the majority of applications, 653, do not enjoy priority or expedited review. But also you see that the number of applications awaiting initial review is oftentimes in the single or low double digits. And therefore, they're not suffering too long a wait to get their initial review. So that's the breakdown of license categorizations. This slide here is always, and I reference it as being data dense. I think that's okay. I think it's an incredibly insightful slide. and it's one that I often refer to between meetings and running up to meetings because it provides really good visibility into our industry. And you see here, I've highlighted some certain cells just to call your attention to them, and I'll run through them in as organized a way as possible. Just flagging that the craft marijuana cooperative license type is still one that I do view as a challenge as far as achieving it and maintaining it, because it requires a number of factors that are unique to it. Certainly Massachusetts residency, but also someone having filed a Schedule F tax return within I think it's the past 2 years perhaps, but also they must maintain the craft principles, and that obviously is a democratic leadership style. And so some folks might be looking at that, thinking this might be a license type for me, reviewing the requirements, and obviously, again, meeting those craft principles and that Schedule F tax return, and thinking perhaps an outdoor cultivation license is more suitable for me individually. So there is an opportunity elsewhere in the marketplace, but again, I just wanted to flag the unique challenges that craft cooperatives are facing in our marketplace. The courier license, just wanted to flag that there are 8 provisional licenses in this category. And looking ahead to the delivery operator license, you see there's 20. So I think, again, that data speaks to the popularity, perhaps the viability of a delivery operator license as compared to the courier license. So I just want to compare those 2 data points as far as the interest in the license types themselves. Independent testing laboratory, I highlight the provisional license to commence operations. That's a high volume of license types in our marketplace. I'm not aware of markets that have perhaps more licenses for independent testing labs, but it's also something that we need to continue to make sure that we are equipped to evaluate, support, ensure compliance, but also, again, be a good partner to those labs as far as policy is concerned as well. So certainly the arrival of our director of testing, the continued presence of Geneve Hall, our lab and testing manager, but also our plans for the remainder of this fiscal year to hire staff into our lab and testing analyst roles is really going to, I think, support our continued presence both in labs and alongside labs, making sure that we continue to get smarter in these areas, but again, that we are able to serve as an able partner to our testing labs and our industry as it pertains to policy in this area. So again, ITL, just looking at that volume is something we need to make sure we bolster our ranks for. Marijuana cultivator, sorry, Commissioner Roy, do you have a question on that topic?
Well, I do. I mean, if you want to go through the slide, I do have one question around this slide, so I don't want to, stop your progress on the slide. But before we move to the next one, I do have a question on this slide. So I can ask it now, or you can keep going with your analysis.
I'll continue on, and then I think I'll come back because I think there's some other insightful points I just want to make sure I don't forget.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you on that.
So looking at marijuana cultivator, and last month I brought forward, as I will in a future meeting as well, the breakdown of cultivation types, so both tier as well as indoor versus outdoor. But you see here there's 95 entities that have commenced their operations from a cultivation standpoint, as well as 24 final licenses. Those final licenses have built their facility, again, whether it be an outdoor farm or an indoor cultivation facility, which means they're inevitably going to hit some portion of our supply chain likely. There's been a lot of discussion about price point, saturation, et cetera. This is where that may originate. You've also got 180 provisional licenses. That's a massive amount that obviously could flood a market, but they're somewhere in the process of building out. So obviously capital is very tight, certainly in an equity context as folks in smaller businesses are trying to establish themselves. But I would say that's true across the board. Folks are belt tightening across the country, and that includes big MSOs and small independent operators as well. And so that's a data point worth watching month over month as well, that provisional license phase, and also seeing what we get from pending applications coming forward. Again, looking at market saturation as a potential. But there's the price point aspect is something I think it's worth discussing probably in greater depth, which is obviously what are the commission's opportunities and the potential actions that we may take? What are the things that we're looking at and observing? What does it mean for the market? What does it mean for patient access to cheaper, perhaps more affordable medicine? Obviously, what does it mean for bottom lines of businesses? And how do those two things as a tension point meet one another? What does it mean for quality? What does it mean for the variety of product available in the Commonwealth? So those are all things that I think are meeting on our plates as policymakers, but also things that are impacting businesses here in Massachusetts. And then obviously, what is the effect of, and I think Commissioner Roy, you touched on it, Rhode Island has now launched their adult use market successfully, and I wish them the best, and I congratulate them on the amount of work that they've put into it. New York and Connecticut are pending. Maine continues to be active. Vermont is in their formative stage. New Jersey could affect the Northeast market as well, and they're active as well. So again, a lot to take away from this kind of row of data, but it does tell us quite a bit. I mentioned delivery operator license already. And then lastly is the marijuana retailer license. I just know that there's 248 retailers that are at the end point of our supply chain. And so you've got the 95 cultivators, the 79 product manufacturers, that's your traditional supply chain. You've also got 8 micro businesses that are competing in this marketplace, one of whom does enjoy delivery endorsement, being a social equity program participant. But that traditional supply chain is ending at 248 marijuana retailers. And then lastly, I just wanted to note the bottom row here, the 516 provisional licenses and 66 final licenses. That represents workload for our agency. Those are folks that we need to inspect. Those are folks that are looking to get open, so they're looking to schedule inspections. The workload also includes, though, the 462 commence operations. What are we doing to get around to those facilities to ensure their compliance? And then lastly, those pending applications all the way up to the provisional approval, that's workload for our licensing staff. So that bottom row, I think I just look at that and represents raw numbers that we have to work with. Inside each of those data points, of course, is a business, and that's not lost on us as well. So I think with that, I can probably stop rambling, and Commissioner Roy, I'll now entertain your question.
It's never rambling, Mr. Executive Director. So my question is around the pre-cert for marijuana courier and marijuana delivery operator, the pre-cert. If you could help bring some clarity around what, they're all dashes, so no one is getting out of the starting block, and one would think that having the pre-cert, like you said, that's kind of like the analogy you use is the mortgage, right? That pre-approval letter, which can help access other things. So I don't know. I mean, am I reading that chart wrong? It's all dashes and no one's moving forward, and maybe we need to drill down on that to see what are the hurdles these folks are facing.
So I can clarify that, and thank you. It's a good question that hopefully will help illuminate this slide a bit more. So I'll use, for instance, the marijuana courier row here. So you see there's 93 entities or individuals that have obtained pre-certification. The pre-certification process stops there. There's nothing else to proceed to. They would then advance to the marijuana courier license pending application and then advance through those rows. So they basically go up one rung. The pre-certification allows folks to basically move to the next phase of licensing, which would be a full-fledged application for that license type. So for instance, if you wanted to secure a marijuana delivery operator license and a courier license, you would submit 2 pre-certifications to us for each license type. So one for each license type, and then submit an application for each license type. So you basically, in each instance, you would jump up to the higher rung, in this slide at least, to file a provisional license application in full.
Can I rephrase a question then? So is there a way to have do we know how many have commenced of the pre-certs that have moved up the rungs? How many pre-certs have commenced operations?
It would be in the marijuana courier, the 9, because each application would be, it's a precursor to a full application. So each commence operations would have first filed a pre-certification application with us.
Wait, can you say that last sentence again?
So I'll use the courier license as an example again. The 93 that have obtained pre-certification, 9 of them have successfully made it through each phase of the courier license application itself to commence their operations.
Right.
So the 29, actually maybe the better example is of the 93 pre-certifications, 29 of them have advanced. You see looking at this slide still, the second row, 29 are in some way, shape, or form in our process. 9 have commenced their operations of the 29.
That's what about the delivery operator then?
So delivery operator, you see there's 89 that have obtained or secured pre-certification. 34 have at least submitted an application. 4 have commenced their operations of the 34.
Okay.
It's sort of like they move up a row because you haven't made a row to the left, right? I mean, that's
exactly right. I think the pre-certification stops with the pre-certified endorsement. There's no other data that we would carry.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity
Sure.
on that.
And I would say probably some combination of Kyle, myself, and others would be happy to talk through that further, but also perhaps look at how to paint a clearer picture on this slide.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course.
Mr. Stebbins, I think, has his hand up.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question, Executive Director. Do you have a sense of how many folks sought out the delivery operator pre-certification and the courier pre-certification?
I do not off the top of my head, and I wouldn't want to give you an inaccurate guess either. But it is information that we could gather and essentially just pull the data and look for duplicates.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And when I say it's easy enough, it's because, again, I wouldn't be doing it myself. So,
So,
Madam Chair.
yeah, so it's not really a question about this this chart, but it's really a question that you raised earlier about the potential saturation of the market. And, you know, I think that this is something, and it's not for a conversation here today, but I think that as commissioners, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, and most people, I'm sure I see there's 119 attendees, and most people understand that we have to abide by the open meeting rules. So this is really the only forum, you know, when we have an open meeting that's publicly advertised where we actually get to have a conversation. And sometimes having conversations on camera, you know, can be a little bit, I won't say, you know, difficult, but it's, you know, it's more complex to manage. At some point, I do think that we need to have this conversation. You know, having grown up in a town of, I think it was the town of East Hampton. I don't know whether this is legend or truth, but we had more liquor licenses per capita than any other community in the state, and it was a fact of which we were proud. But it brings me to the fact that liquor licenses do have a certain cap, and it's run by community, and we're a different beast. But it also, I think, is incumbent upon us to be thinking more broadly about what our regulations are and how those regulations respond to rapidly changing market forces. So it's not a question for now, but I think it's just how I think it's important that we have this discussion, whether we bring in experts or, and Sean, obviously you're, you know, the expert on a lot of these issues on a national and even global level. But I'd just suggest, and I don't know if other people, you know, agree with me, can we have a meeting where we do sort of learn about this, understand what that is, so that it's not a one-off conversation? I think that could be helpful to us at some point in 2023.
I'm happy to react at least to a portion of that, and I think you,
Sure.
you raise a opportunity as well, which is to talk to folks about a local market as well as a national market. Because as I noted too, there's some of the things that we are seeing in our local market are also being experienced across the country. And there was at the early days a kind of a trend of the West Coast making its way east. The things that you would see happening on the West Coast would tend to then, almost like a wave, make their way east. I think we're all also responding to, certainly myself and my peers across the country, responding to our local market conditions based on our local rules. And so some are looking at perhaps more of a heavy-handed regulatory scheme that can manipulate the market perhaps a bit more directly than we would have the ability to. To your point on alcohol and seeing that comparison, there is indirectly a statewide cap based on a per capita license basis, which of course we also see from a legislative standpoint. There's a regular occurrence where that's overruled through special legislation. And so there's obviously, but it does give the legislature and policymakers the ability to still manage the market, so to speak. I'm also looking at essentially the capital markets too, and I noted this, is a lot of folks were, as they were going to build out their now 95 commenced operations, and I'm using cultivation as an example just from a production standpoint, the cost to borrow money a few years back when they were beginning their endeavor was really expensive. Now that capital is less available, but if you're making smaller margins on that money, obviously there's additional pressure points there too. So, and then the next slide I think is actually really along this line, I think really insightful, because it does show our cultivation market. And I realize I showed you the cultivation slides last month, and I usually try to rotate these slides away for a little bit of time. But I thought it was really important to bring this back to show you and also to remind the public, there's been some discussion about, well, can't the commission just relegate tiers down in cultivation? Certainly that is a regulatory option. The commission enjoys that ability pursuant to its regulations under certain criteria. For instance, you must have moved 70% of your inventory in order to insulate against relegation. However, as you look at these slides, at this slide in particular, you'll see that 69% of our cultivators are at tier 3 or lower. In other words, there's really not a lot of room to relegate folks downward. And obviously 13% are tier 9 or higher. But if you look at the numbers, it's really 11 licensees have commenced their operations at 70,000 square feet or higher. It's also worth noting that the cultivation tiers themselves in the bottom rungs are in 5,000 square foot spans, and then the tier 3 is a 10,000 square foot span. It doesn't mean that folks are growing at the top end of that tier. In other words, I could be a tier 3 licensee growing at 15,000 square feet. So I may not be at full capacity necessarily. And so relegating me downward could have an impact of 5,000 square feet or so. But I just wanted to note that I think we already have small grows in our space. And so making small grows smaller is obviously impacting smaller businesses in potentially a more harsh or direct way. So I think there's some analysis we'd like to do, but I think, Chair, to your point, that analysis is internal. What are our policies and what are some of our data? What is it telling us? But it's also talking with folks that may have a deeper understanding about this from across the country, and perhaps again locally, as to what solutions, but also what the market conditions may be.
Yeah, thanks. I just think that, you know, we read this, you know, we're all keeping up, and, you know, the commissioners who were able to go to, you know, some of the conventions and get a chance to learn more about the market. But I just think that getting us sort of generally, I won't say on the same page, but sort of aware of what these different market forces and never mind. I mean, you know, who knows what happens on the federal level, but I think that we need to have a sort of broad conversation and maybe learning where we can understand what those forces are and what that means to all of these you know, licensees, both in cultivation and in retail and delivery. Thanks. I'll go off.
Of course, it's not lost on me too that it wasn't that long ago that the price was too high. And so how quickly the market force has changed. And that's not to suggest that this isn't a trend or something worth obviously observing and monitoring a lot more closely, but it's just interesting to me how quickly it has shifted and the narrative has shifted. But there's also pros and cons to each environment. Again, if patients are accessing cheaper medicine, I think that's a good thing. Again, we want to make sure there's quality behind that as well, though. Looks like Commissioner Roy may have her hand up.
Thank you. I'd be curious if we could monitor other states. So, you know, we obviously were first east of the Mississippi, in pioneers, if you will, in that regard, but other states have the luxury of coming after us and learning from us what works, what we face challenges on. And I noticed Rhode Island and New York have capped the number of cultivator licenses. And I was just curious if we can keep an eye on those states to see if that has a positive effect in the industry. You know, if it's, I don't know if it's something we would need to consider down the road, but I know the states that are coming online now are capping the number of cultivator licenses.
That's right. I think that's a great example of states are taking different approaches to this. And when it's been discussed, or at least I don't want to scare anybody when I say discussed. When there's been kind of what are the options on a table, what, you know, let's spitball, brainstorm, etc. When that topic has come up historically, one of the things I've typically returned to as well is that one of the things I think we're working to do as an agency, but I think now as a Commonwealth, which I'm grateful to see the Commonwealth take a more bold stance here, is knowing that our market as it exists right now lacks the equity we would hope it would have. And so obviously, if we were to consider, let's lock the market today, we know we're locking folks out. And so how do you bring in some of those, again, looking at the volume of smaller operators, there's again pros and cons to every decision and every option, but I think you're right, Commissioner, to say what are the options in the first place. And that allows you as a commission, as policymakers, to make decisions and make choices in your capacity as policymakers. So, but again, I just wanted to flag that as a policy concern that I've relayed or conveyed in the past. I have a few more slides, and then again, I want to make sure we can, I don't just distract you all day as much as I would enjoy the audience with you. You see here, I brought these slides forward this month just to continue to make them present as far as the public, but also as you as policymakers are concerned. This is the total volume of licenses across Massachusetts and breakdown by county. So you see here that Worcester County remains the highest volume with 264 licenses within the county. You also just pulling some random numbers here, Middlesex County with 148, Hampden County with 133, Berkshire County with 103. So you see a pretty significant concentration Worcester West. And I think that just speaks to certainly the availability of property as well as perhaps the license breakdown as well. But you also see that each and every county does enjoy the presence of a license within it. And again, this is total licenses. This slide here is retail. So again, further drilling down into this data, what does it tell us? You see again, 81 licenses, retail licenses in Worcester County. Again, a good concentration out west, 70 in Middlesex County, 34 in Essex, but also 3 in Dukes County, 2 in Nantucket. So at least a presence of retail licenses in each and every county. So access in each and every county in Massachusetts. Also noting too here the borders. So again, Berkshire County, Essex, Middlesex, you see some gravitation toward the border jurisdictions. And this here is MTCs. So all medical licensees across Massachusetts. You see 1 in Dukes, 2 in Nantucket, 22 in Worcester County, 27 in Middlesex, 11 in Suffolk counties, which would be Metro Boston. So again, presence in each and every county across Massachusetts. This slide here is traditional MMJ MTC data. You see here there's still 100 entities that have commenced their operations in Massachusetts. I flagged this for you last month, but having reached that is a sort of milestone for the program. Obviously, it's something that not just we are proud of, but I think on behalf of patients and their ability to access medicine, it's something we're proud to be stewards of this program. We're also noting here that the commission has in fact issued 51 commenced operations since we've enjoyed jurisdiction over that program. Certified patients, you see there's a +1 from last month. So some activity, and also that +1 is a net. So there might be folks that have dropped off, folks that have come in, but it's a net of +1. Same is true for certified active patients. Those are folks that have gone in and actually finished their registration process. Caregivers is a number we continue to watch. You see there's a reduction in 3 month to month, and some additional practitioners have enjoyed or entered the program. Again, it's something we still strive to make sure we can maintain and preserve access to across Massachusetts. Next couple of slides are just updates for you. I brought this before you last month. I just wanted to make sure it was staying. I could leverage your meeting to make sure I was able to share with folks. This weekend, Metric is beginning to launch outages across their system to make some upgrades and enhance scalability and reliability. So I wanted to call your attention to it, but also make sure the industry was aware of this as well. Metric is doing this during non-operational time, so it should not impact anybody's operations whatsoever. But again, we want to make sure there's providing sufficient notice. There's also alerts in Metric, so when folks go in there to operate their system, they will get this notification. I raised a few last month, just wanted to call your attention to it again as something that's beginning as soon as Saturday into Sunday morning. This one, I guess these next two bullets are obviously, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. On that, Mr. Executive Director, can you speak to what those upgrades are?
I can provide you some additional insight probably before the meeting's over, but I wouldn't want to misquote it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And some of it is really just back end kind of system upgrades that don't have my expertise for articulations right now. So calling your attention to a number of things here. One is an update from another department, but the first one is I wanted to note for you, and I apologize that it's I don't have the information I would hope to have for you to ask a question of you today, which is at the end of the calendar year, so December 31st, 3 policies are set to expire. First is telehealth for initial certifications. So we do know that telehealth remains available for patients that are attempting to renew their medical use of marijuana certification. This would be for their initial certification, that first visit where you establish your relationship with a provider. The commission has authorized this throughout the course of COVID. It's a waiver. It's a waiver for the provider to provide that service through the means of telehealth. The second one is, it's been an evolution. We also allowed at the height of COVID for curbside operations to allow for and try to mitigate or minimize any need for that human-to-human contact or folks mingling in storefronts and et cetera. Over the course of time, it's evolved where, and also it aligned pretty timely with the introduction of delivery for adult use as well. I wanted to make sure those licenses were viable. But curbside does remain available for medical use and therefore access for patients, again, up until December 31st. And the same is true for community outreach meetings. We know that prior to applying for a license, you must have conducted within 6 months community outreach meeting, explaining to your neighbors in your community what your license is, what you intend to do. We've allowed for those to occur virtually with some conditions, of course. One, the municipality needs to consent to that being held virtually. There must be an impartial or neutral host of that meeting. You must allow for questions to be submitted live, questions to be submitted in advance. You must record it. And in recording it, you must also share it with local cable access to make sure that someone that can't attend live may also still review or witness that conversation. So all of those are set to expire on December 31st. I posed this question to the commission. It's not on your agenda today, so it would not be appropriate for a vote today, given that the public has not been given notice. There may be a vote today, but I wanted to flag it for your consideration as, first off, is it something that might be interested in extending? If so, certainly there's a few options to do. One is to call a meeting with one specific topic. The other, of course, is that if the commission is so inclined, these things may lapse. I'm in the process now of trying to pull as much data as possible to provide you insight into the use of these services or these offerings, which also, again, might inform your decision making. I realize that's a heavy question to pose, so I probably should stop there and ask if there are any questions. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Director. You and I have had a conversation about this, and one of the things that I suggested is a very brief, I won't say single, but 3-issue meeting later in December. I am less comfortable with just allowing something to lapse because I just don't think it's the right practice for us to follow. This is one of those things that this is a temporary thing. It's not anything in necessarily in regulation. So it's obvious why it took us a little while to sort of catch up with this. So A, I applaud the staff who figured this out. But B, I think that we do have an option of doing just a single meeting that should take very little time, that, you know, we could vote. Again, if other people are concerned about that, about getting a quorum and doing that, but that was what I had suggested. And, you know, I'd like other commissioners to kind of weigh in to see what they think. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I'm supportive of your proposal, Chair. I think we can get to it before the end of the year. I also think talking about it today and maybe scheduling another meeting also allows us to hear from the folks that this would be affected by. So kind of an informal comment period between now and whenever we might be able to hold a meeting. You know, I think we certainly want to hear from folks about, you know, the impacts of either extending or ending this policy. So, Mr. Executive Director, just your thoughts, if I can ask you, on one topic, the virtual community outreach meetings. Is there a sense of how that has helped expand participation? You know, somebody who might be able to not make it out because of, you know, parental responsibilities or accessibility issues. Does this kind of allow folks who don't show up in person for a public meeting to still have a chance to kind of weigh in and ask questions and hear the discussion?
I think it's a great question. And one of the things that when we were imagining this at the outset of COVID, I had a hypothesis at the time that this would actually make these meetings more accessible. Certainly more accessible for folks that might be mobility challenged as well, and making sure that these meetings were accessible to a larger community, but also to folks that may not be inclined to attend a meeting at, to your point, 6 o'clock on a Tuesday evening in a town hall auditorium, or may just, in much like I think virtual public meetings have opened government and also the opportunity for government participation to a wider array of audiences. I do think they've made it more accessible. What it also has provided is that ability to record, that requirement to have a neutral or independent moderator, so to speak, but also the requirement that they submit the recording to us, that they also submit the recording to their local community for broadcast if the community so chooses on local cable access. I know that I don't often peruse my own local cable access, perhaps shame on me, but it does at least make it an opportunity for folks to access that at a later date as well, knowing that, again, that 6 o'clock on a Tuesday evening may not be the most accessible for folks. So I do think it's been a value add. I think what's also important here is we've maintained local control over this, though. It must be with the consent of the community. And that community, therefore, still can dictate that this must be held in person, if that is our preference. But again, that's really up to the community's identity and choice. And so I want to respect that in some instances, communities may say, we just don't have the bandwidth to conduct that. Other communities have actually chosen to host them themselves through their software. So we have a Zoom platform, you may use that, and we will post it much like we do a public meeting. So again, that community identity is preserved in this, and I think facilitated through that. But yes, I think the short answer to your question is yes.
Okay. And Madam Chair, just to follow up, again, I look at this opportunity between today's meeting and when we might convene again to, again, encourage folks to weigh in and use our, our comments, email, or, letters or email are the best way that they want to communicate with us on these three topics.
Commissioner Stebbins, the thing that I was thinking is I think that in terms of whether or not we extend this, and make it more permanent, we can actually take that up in January. I think that, that gives us more time to gather this information. The executive director has told me that the staff has already been gathering some of this information. So my concern is in, sort of the end of the year, the holidays are coming, I don't want to put too much pressure on the staff to have, I think that we need a little bit more time to gather that information. So really what I was suggesting is really just this sort of one brief meeting that literally just kicks things off until January. So we have more time to incorporate that into our agenda and gives us more time to really think about it and hear back from people. So that was really what I was suggesting, not making the decision, but in essence, punting it to, a longer, more robust conversation. Commissioner Camargo has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Executive Director, I might have missed this. When do they expire? What's the exact date?
December 31.
December 31st.
12/31.
So,
yep.
Yeah, so I'm just, Chair, I hear what you're saying. I guess my question is, and I know this just kind of happened, right? We figured it out, and now we're speaking about it, but should we, and Chair, I hear the extra meeting that you're talking about. Is there anything that says we cannot vote on this today to just at least extend it to January 9th?
We haven't publicized it, so we have a rule to publish this, and this was not published, and that was we literally missed it by a matter of hours, unfortunately.
Right. That's
so
right.
That was why we can't vote on this now. That's
got it. Yeah, you're right. Sean did, Mr. Executive Director, you did say that to me before. You're right. You're absolutely correct. Okay, I just didn't know if there was some rule that we could do it since we're talking about it and we're all here. So I don't know if there's always gray in these rules. So I'm just curious. I'm curious, if there's any gray in it that allows us to extend it.
Unfortunately, there's no gray in the publication rule. That's
got it.
The good news is it's not a $3 billion oops, we missed it. So, I guess we're kind of ahead of the game.
Yeah.
So that's good.
So what you're thinking, or what we have to do is that we have to meet before December 31st. Is that the actual situation?
My suggestion is that this, again, we could meet remotely one more time during the 2022 calendar year. As you all know, and I think most of you agree with me, we'd like to figure out what coming back in person means in 2023, and we're working with that with staff. But my sense is that it's really just a quick extension vote that should not take too much time, because we're literally, again, just buying an extra 2.5 weeks. That's all it is. But I just am less comfortable having it expire, because I just don't think it's good precedent.
Yeah. So I guess operationally, what I'm asking, just visually, is that technically we need to post this, and we'll need, I don't know, 3 days or something to be able to post it and then come back. So technically, we could have a quick meeting, let's just say next week, to sort of do this.
I'm trying to indulge a couple of people who already are going to be out of the country. And so, what I'd like to do is, do people have certain windows, or can you share? I'm trying to make this, I don't know. Just trying to think what the date is. I'm just trying to make sure, because the executive director and 1 or 2 other people are going to be out of the country. So making that remote meeting might be more difficult. I've done board meetings sitting slope side, so, and have had to do that a little bit more, with more difficulty. But I just want to raise it, because again, we need 3 people to make a quorum. And so I'd like to accommodate the executive director and, any other people that have to help us with the technology. But I'm not going anywhere,
Sure,
for the next couple of weeks.
Chair, does the executive director need to be present, or can he appoint someone to be present? Because I know the executive director is going on vacation on the 13th, and with respect to him, I think he needs the vacation. And I'm sure he can jump on, but I guess that's my question. I'm just thinking of timing, because this will be a quick thing until we get to the real thing. So I'm just thinking operationally. Sean.
Mr. Director, I'd leave it to the director. We need 3 commissioners in a quorum to basically kick this for an extra 2 weeks. So I think that we can find a date that will be, do you have a preferable date? Are you going to be traveling?
Sean?
I guess I'm asking you, Commissioner Camargo, are you going to be traveling?
I will be traveling, but we're remote, so I'm available. I will make myself available. So I'm one.
Okay.
We can probably find a convenient date between commissioners through Grace and Kate and coordinate a time. I think at this point I don't know. I just went straight. I think by law I'm required to be at your meetings, but I guess I don't want to. I feel like we can figure this out logistically before the end of this week.
Sean, what about, and I don't know if our general counsel is somewhere around, but can we vote under our new business, not anticipated at the time, that thing that we have at the end of the agenda? Can we vote on it then?
Chair, can I address that question?
Please.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not, I think thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I think to the chair's point, because it was not noticed, it's not ideal. So I do, think that if we were, if we had amended the notice of the public meeting in advance, we might be in a slightly different position. But that said, I can look into that between now and that section of the meeting and get back to folks if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we have to have another meeting, count me in, fully support that. And my question is around the extension, because for me personally, I'd like to make the extension maybe more than 2 weeks so we could have the staff collect some data before we vote to extend this. And what I mean by that is if we extended it another few months, a patient survey we should survey our patients to see if our certified patients to see if this is a service that is a benefit to them. I always ask anecdotally when I go around, and it seems to be working, but it would be nice to know. My concern really is around bullet 1, the telehealth for initial certification, because if we are voting to do this in perpetuity, and I mean, has any of us never met our doctor in person? I mean, so the fact that folks will never meet their doc, like, so I don't know. I just have concerns around bullet number 1, doing that forever. And it'd be nice to have, right now we're voting on something we really don't have. We just have anecdotal information. We really have no concrete information. So I'm just throwing out there, if we could have a longer extension so we can collect some data around it, that would be great.
So if I could ask Sean, I think that we need to figure out 2 things. 1, we need to figure out when we can get this done that's convenient for everybody, and we need a quorum of 3, and we need to figure out if we need Sean, the executive director there, and our general counsel is going to figure out whether or not we can do this towards the end. But I'm less comfortable with that option. But I think that what I'd like from you, Sean, is a sense of your staff, what that might take. If we're going to take this one and done vote, and that's where I also think is some of the specificity with which we're going to do this right now, because I'd like to know from you, Sean, when we might, is it January, is it February? When are you comfortable where we can actually take this issue up to say yes or no, we'd like to make this in perpetuity, or maybe we make it for another 6 months. We did this because of COVID. We're sort of grappling with life, sort of in an endemic phase. What does that mean? You know what I mean? I just don't think, some of the problem I have today with making a decision today is it January? Is it February? Is it, what I mean? I'd like to know what you guys are comfortable with, what your staff is comfortable with.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and commissioners too. I hear the discussion. I think the discussion reflects the magnitude of these decisions as well. I think these have been accommodations available through COVID. These have not been, the only way these may become permanent is through regulatory change. And obviously this is a season for that as well. So I think naturally these discussions will fold into those. So for instance, telehealth is granted through a waiver to the provider. The curbside operations is through administrative order, but through interpretation, essentially extending the sales floor to the parking lot of the curb. And virtual community outreach is again an interpretation extended. And actually, from a syncing of time frame, what we have historically done is allowed the virtual community outreach to coincide with the expiration of public meeting accommodations that the legislature and the governor have authorized public bodies to enjoy. In other words, the mindset was we should not be hypocritical. If we may meet remotely, we should allow for our licensees, our applicants, our prospective applicants to do the same. So again, these have been temporary allowances or accommodations. Any durability, long-term durability for this would really require regulatory language and adjustment. So I just want to be upfront about that. At the same time, again, I've heard the conversation. I believe we can provide informative data and insight. Obviously, if I'm available to attend, I would enjoy the opportunity to contribute where I might be able to. At the same time, I don't want to impede the commission's ability to conduct your business. So we will find a mutually convenient date. Obviously, first and foremost is the convenience for the commission.
Thank you. And ultimately, I hope that this is not a substantive conversation that we're going to be having at that time, that we're literally making a determination of when we're going to have that substantive conversation. So I just want to clarify how I envision this, and if other people have other thoughts, maybe before the end of the meeting, we will have some additional information. But I really don't think this is going to. I do not think this should be substantive. It really is just making sure that we don't leave some ends untied before the end of the year. And if you'd like to, if anybody has any other questions or comments, I think we can move on now, Mr. Director.
Happy to. And again, we will take much of this discussion offline for logistics and scheduling. So expect that we will be in touch as far as your availability. The second piece, and I think this is it's significant, and so I want to provide you as robust but potentially brief update, which is our sister agency, the Mass Department of Agricultural Resources, last week updated through their pesticide board a policy relative to the use of pesticides on cannabis. A few bullet points here just for your edification, and I think also a promise to come back and talk about this at a future date in more substance and depth. Let me first start with I'm incredibly grateful for the department and obviously Commissioner LeBeau personally for taking on this charge. Since the existence or creation of certainly the adult use program, but even pre-existing that, the medical use program, this has been a finicky topic and one that I think has caused certainly his department, our agency, the folks at DPH, but also industry, some consternation, which is if the label is the law and cannabis remains illegal, therefore nothing is legal to be used on marijuana. That said, in their policy update, MDAR makes it clear, and the statute is clear as well, that MDAR maintains and enjoys exclusive jurisdiction over pesticide use in Massachusetts. That's true for all pesticides. And so this does not change any of that. In other words, if there's a pesticide application discovered, if one of our labs detects pesticide presence, it instantly becomes an MDAR jurisdiction question. And that's something that they also have an in-house expertise on. So they've been a valuable partner since the existence of this agency. But they did update their pesticide policy, and I think a very elegant way, which is to be consistent with hemp application, knowing that the Farm Bill at the federal level made hemp legal. I think back in 2018 is the precise date. However, it's in limited and very specific circumstances, which really creates the existence of this. If anyone's looking for further information, MDAR has information on their website, which we of course are going through and working with them on right now. But those instances are that the product must be still registered with the EPA. It must be labeled for use, also registered for use in Massachusetts. So both EPA as well as the Commonwealth. It must be labeled for use on hemp as well as tobacco. So hemp and cannabis, and I'm sure the commission understands this. I'm also mindful of our public audience as well. The difference, really, the distinction between hemp and cannabis is purely a legal one. It's not a botanical one. The legal definition, of course, is 0.3 THC, defines it. Anything lower than that is obviously hemp. Anything above that would be considered hot or therefore cannabis. So it's purely a legal one and not a botanical one. That said, various hemp and cannabis have various delivery methods. So in other words, it's not just smokable flower. It could be applied topically. It could be injected orally. And so because of that, they've also gone one step further to also make it required that the pesticide must be labeled for use on tobacco as well. Again, that's that combustible nature. And if there's an application limit on both, so the tolerance is higher on hemp but lower on tobacco, that pesticide must be applied at the lower limit. Again, I think it's a conservative approach. It must also be without a quote days to harvest for indoor use. And that I appreciate too, and I think, I forget, might have been Madam Chair, you I think raised it. That's with an eye toward worker safety, making sure that these chemicals, when applied, are done so in a safe condition or environment. It must be the active ingredient must be for food tolerance exempt, again, knowing that the different delivery methods, and it must be labeled for use on hemp in a greenhouse if it's being used at an indoor setting. So again, there's a kind of a bulleted flow chart that someone must follow. All this is to say that we are going to work with MDAR to make sure that our licensees get updated guidance as soon as possible. But I really want to compliment the work of MDAR on this, and also, again, express my personal gratitude to Commissioner LeBeau and his team. And I'm looking forward to working with them over the next couple of days and weeks to make sure that we can provide our industry and our licensees as much information as possible about what this means. Right now, the guidance and advice that MDAR is providing is use this flow chart. If the answer is yes, you may use it. If the answer is no, you may not. But it's really that kind of chemical specific question. So I've tried doing it myself in some instances. This is not my area of expertise, so I apologize. I may not have robust answers for you today. But I guess I'm hoping to become as quick a study as possible over the next couple of days and weeks.
Mr. Stebbins?
Sure. And thank you, Executive Director, for the update. And again, appreciate the work of our colleagues over at MDAR. Obviously, this not only affects, obviously, cultivators, but it's also going to affect our testing lab licensees. Can you kind of address how we can work with them on these new changes?
Sure. I think to your point, it's working with them. It's also, and I'm also grateful to now have the existing bandwidth we do with James Kosis, our Director of Testing, and Geneve Hall, our manager, at looking at our testing protocols, which is something that obviously we test for. The protocols indicate what you must be testing for. If some of these chemicals are implicated, it may just be updated. It could still be that we test for it, but look for a certain threshold. In other words, between tobacco and hemp, what is the lower tolerance? If it's anything above that, we'd still want to flag it as a higher concentration. So again, I think we need to take a sincere look at our testing protocols. I'm also, that's not going to be, I shouldn't say it's not too heavy a lift. That's a pretty significant lift. At the same time, that was already part of our plan as far as the regulations were concerned anyway. This just kind of refocuses that effort back to pesticides a little bit. It's also something that I think from our investigative team, this is a welcome development for us. We do see a lot of pesticide cases or potential detections, and we enjoy our relationship with MDAR, but I'm also mindful of the frequency of those interactions too.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for this update. Has that flow chart that you alluded to, has that been circulated to commissioners?
I want to say the answer is yes, but I will double check if it's not.
I believe I got it.
We have the flow chart. Okay.
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. I hadn't seen it.
And
We can
again,
recirculate it as well, though.
Yeah, I had just met with Commissioner LeBeau last week, so that was sort of front and center. And one of the things that Sean, Mr. Director, you and I have talked about is in the wake of this change, maybe setting up a meeting with Commissioner LeBeau, and staff to just make sure that we're all on the same page, because this is where I find that we can sort of amplify our own impact, is to make sure that there is a meeting of the minds. Because one of the issues that I had talked to him about, I was actually surprised, around testing, that he was, going to get back to me on, and I think that it was, around timing and how our different teams coordinate with one another. Obviously, this is going to change a lot. So I think it's important that we do what we can to work with them to quickly establish not only what is this chart, but how does this work? And I think that would be something that would be helpful. Obviously, not right now, but maybe in the beginning of the new year. Make sure that our staff is all on the same page with theirs. So I thank you for your leadership on this, and I echo your compliments towards the MDAR folks, and in particular Commissioner LeBeau, because I think they've done something that is pretty helpful and not even helpful, common sense. So I think that they've done a good job. If you'd like to go on, or are we at the, where are we?
I've got just a few more slides, and just closing up on that too. This is something that obviously I know the Commissioner and I have been talking about for a number of years. I know it's something that's he's been interested in as well. And so I appreciate his shepherding it through his process. And obviously our staffs continue to collaborate on a really regular basis. We did so on the hemp guidance, which the Commission issued not that long ago. And again, just in a more day-to-day interaction, I know our investigators and his investigative staff are his inspectors too, work on a regular basis. So that collaboration is obviously fruitful in a lot of ways and productive in a lot of ways. This is just the latest example of that. So lastly is the regular routine hiring update that is provided to commissioners on a regular basis. You see there's a number of positions that include internal staff promotions, as well as some onboarding. We have now, the most recent wave of investigators is now complete, with the last individual having been onboarded. We're in the final candidate stage of identifying an additional constituent service associate to continue building out that team. Again, that team serves both patients as well as the general public, making sure that essentially the baseline work is when the phone rings, we answer it, and we try to triage as many folks as possible throughout the agency, making sure we can provide them as complete and timely an answer as we're able to. But these folks are really on the front line of that effort, but they also work directly with patients to make sure that they can navigate our systems and again, just obtain access to medicine, again, as quickly and timely a way as possible. So I'm grateful to have folks interested in that role, and grateful to the team that we're able to continue building. This next slide and last slide for my update is some of those positions that we are currently interviewing for, or positions that are open, and I'm encouraging any and all applicants to come join our team. So you see here, legal assistant, fiscal specialist, lab and testing analyst. I touched on that role earlier. Manager of community outreach, manager of equity program and strategic partnerships, continue to build out that team. press secretary, and desktop support analyst. We are screening and interviewing actively for those roles. Some of you touched on, obviously, Erica White and our former chief people officer and her contributions. We also enjoy the benefit of Justin Schrader as our director of HR. He and his team are now hard at work managing this process and working with departments and managers to make sure we can find the best, brightest, and most talented folks to join our teams. And then lastly, with that in mind, we do have an opening right now. It's available on our website in Mass Careers for office manager. That's an open position, closes December 28th. I would encourage anyone that has that skill set and requisite background to please apply. We look forward to learning from you, enjoying your contributions, and having you join our growing and dynamic team. So that's the last of my slides.
Sean, I should clarify. So all of these, except for the ones in the parentheses, are those still open for people to apply, or
They
are the
those
only the
positions
bottom?
Yep, except for the last one, office manager, all of those other roles have closed as far as the application window.
Okay. Okay, anybody have any questions or comments at this point in time? Okay, if not, we're closing in on 2 hours into the meeting. With the commissioners, I presume at this point in time, Commissioner Camargo, I will accept a motion from you to take a 15-minute recess. You're muted, but I know what you meant. Commissioner Camargo, I'm her translator. Commissioner Camargo moves aye. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
A second.
Do the commissioners have any questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take the roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that this has been accepted unanimously, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. And so we will come back in 15 minutes, 11:30. So make that 11:45. Okay, we're a couple of minutes past 11:45. Just touching base to see if Executive Director Collins is here.
I'm here.
Okay, thanks. Okay, sorry, I just didn't know. All right, so thank you, everyone. The next items on the agenda are recommendations from staff regarding different license applications. I anticipate taking a break for lunch after completing these recommendations, but I am open to a recess as things progress as well. Derek Chamberlain will be presenting the staff's licensing recommendations today. And before I turn it over to Mr. Chamberlain, Commissioner Roy has a blanket condition for all changes of ownership today. Commissioner Roy, if you would like to state your blanket conditions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And as I have expressed in other meetings, I just want to take this opportunity to express the reasoning behind it. Having really drilled down on the changes of ownerships, they can be quite significant. For example, one entity will be adding 5 new individuals, and one entity dissolving their board of directors and creating an entirely new board of directors. There are significant changes in most of these with adding individuals and entities. For example, one entity on their positive impact plan is to create a community advisory board made up of community leaders to engage with the community and identify charitable organizations that would benefit from volunteer and financial resources. The second one where they were making a $5,000 donation to Cultivate Ed. So my condition is just to have oversight over the diversity plans and positive impact plans that these licensees not only took the time to develop, but us as commissioners took the time to read and to approve and to add conditions to. So this is just to ensure that new ownership is aware of that. So having said that, I will read it to help ensure compliance with 935 CMR 500-104-5. It is required by new ownership that an update be provided to the Commission within 5 days of any changes, modifications, or implementation issues of prior ownership's Commission-approved diversity plan and/or positive impact plan, including but not limited to goals, programs, measurements, and accountability. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I now will turn it over to Derek Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today there are 5 proposed changes of ownership for the Commission's consideration, and Commission staff recommend review and decision on the proposed ownership changes before you today. So for our first change of ownership here, the licensee here is 311 Page Boulevard LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 5 individuals, in 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, Madam Chair, I'm going to be recusing myself from consideration of this change of ownership, so I'll turn off my camera and my microphone.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for 1311 Page Boulevard LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, the motion has been seconded. I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 4 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Stebbins was off camera and did not participate in the vote, and we welcome back Commissioner Stebbins. Now, Mr. Chamberlain, please go ahead with the next item. Thank you.
Certainly. The licensee here is 1620 Labs LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 3 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 5 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for 1620 Labs LLC, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. I now will turn it back to Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair. The next licensee here is Great Barrington Retail Incorporated, formerly known as Coastal Cultivars Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual and one entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for Great Barrington Retail Incorporated, doing business as FKA. I guess I'm not sure what FKA is. Can someone clarify that for me? What is FKA?
Yes, Chair, that's formerly known as.
Formerly known as, sorry, name
Sure.
change. Sorry, Coastal Cultivars, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye. Aye.
thank you. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Mr. Chamberlain?
The licensee here for the next change of ownership is Jamaco LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for Jamaco LLC, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Mr. Chamberlain.
Okay, the final licensee here is the Holistic Concepts Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. If approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for the Holistic Concepts Incorporated, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 5 in favor and none opposed. Now we'll be moving to staff recommendations concerning provisional license applications. Each application will be voted upon separately. Mr. Chamberlain, can I now please turn to you for the recommendations?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. Today we have 6 provisional license recommendations for the Commission's consideration, including 1 delivery courier. Additionally, I'd like to highlight that this group of provisional licenses also includes 2 social equity participant applications, as well as 1 disadvantaged business enterprise. So therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on these provisional licenses. beginning first with Buco LLC. The applicant here is Buco LLC. The proposed location is 90 Conn Street, located in Northampton, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana courier license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And I believe Commissioner Stebbins has a condition.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Two pieces to this. First of all, the condition I'm suggesting or recommending is prior to application for final licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. But also just to note, in the licensee's diversity plan, they mentioned recruiting by airplane banner, which concerned me that such advertising would not align with our regs, but they did pledge conformity with our regs around advertising, 935 CMR 500.1054. So rather than offer a condition, I do expect they will conform with the regulations, but just wanted to draw that to their attention.
Although I will note that is creative. And I know you like creativity. So as long as they're complying with the law, that's pretty creative, but they need to comply with the law. So that being said, I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Buco LLC DOA 100171 marijuana courier, including the condition articulated by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners?
Chair, I was just going to quickly say, in their positive impact plan, they're recruiting, I think, 2 or 3 social equity participants from Holyoke. So kudos to them for making sure that they engage SCPs.
Said engage. I didn't hear what you
Social
engage
equity,
what?
SCPs.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear what you said. Sorry. Okay. Thank you.
It's okay.
Any additional questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair. The next applicant here is Cloud9 Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is R.W. Moore Avenue, Lot 6E, located in Orange, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I now seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Cloud9 Cultivation LLC, MCN 283761, cultivation tier 2 indoor. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved. 5 in favor and none opposed. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair. Next up, the applicant here is Green Ventures Corp. The proposed location is 3 Young Road, located in Ashburnham, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional license for Green Ventures Corporation, MCN 282380, cultivation tier 1 indoors. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
Chair, I
So
had a
moved.
condition.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. Who raised the question?
I did, Madam Chair. I have a condition for this.
Okay, okay.
Licensee. Okay.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I was looking to try to get the number and I missed your condition. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. Should I read it now?
Read it now and then I'll re-ask the motion. My apologies. I'm
No worries.
looking at two screens. Sorry about that.
For Green Ventures Corp. Cultivation Tier 1 Indoor, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I will restate that and seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Green Ventures Corp. MCN 282380 cultivation tier 1 indoors, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, the motion has been seconded. I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair. Next up, the applicant here is Green Care Collective LLC, doing business as Plant. The proposed location is 12 Laddie Farm Road, located in Millbury, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy has a condition. If she could please state that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 conditions for this entity. Number 1 is prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. The second condition is prior to performing job functions at marijuana establishment, all paid interns, as stated in goal number 1 of your positive impact plan, must become registered agents in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and provide agent registration card to the Commission upon request pursuant to 935 CMR 500-030. Thank you.
Thank you. I now seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Green Care Collective LLC, doing business as Plant, MRN 284476, retail, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, the motion having been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to note that for the final 2 provisional license recommendations today, these are co-located in the same company, so they therefore will be presented together. The applicant here
can I just clarify? Will
Certainly.
these be, I'm just looking quickly, are these separate votes or one? Yes, they're 2 votes. Okay, I just want to make sure I don't mess something up. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Yep, the applicant here is Mead Cannabis LLC. The proposed location is 964 Main Street, Parcel B, located in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. They're seeking both a cultivation and a marijuana transporter license today. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Mead Cannabis LLC MCN 283739 cultivation tier 2 indoors. Is there a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Mr. Chamberlain.
Yep, thank you, Chair. As part of that presentation with Mead Cannabis, that also included the transporter with other ME license as well.
Thank you. I now seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional license for Mead Cannabis LLC MXN 281410 transporter with other ME license. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show. Motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Next, we will address the staff recommendations concerning final license applications. The recommendations will be voted in 2 rosters. Mr. Chamberlain, do you have any statements or comments regarding the final license applications?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today there's 8 final license recommendations for the Commission's consideration. This group of final licenses also includes 2 social equity participants and 1 disadvantaged business enterprise. Commission staff do therefore recommend review and decision on these final licenses, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you. Thank you.
Okay, so we're voting these in a group, and Commissioner Stebbins, well, let us, this is always where I get a little bit messed up. Why don't we take the first one, 27 Broome Street, and allow Commissioner Stebbins to recuse himself. Okay, I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for final license item 1 on the agenda, 27 Broome Street LLC, number MP 281490, product manufacturing. Is there a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved, 4 in favor, none opposed, and Commissioner Stebbins was off camera and did not participate in the vote, and we welcome back Commissioner Stebbins. And I want to once again thank Grace O'Day, because I was panicking a little that I didn't have all of my script done so expertly, and she's done so expertly. So I don't know if Grace is listening, but thank you, Grace. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for final licenses items 2 through 8 on the agenda, subject to the conditions imposed by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to share your condition?
Sure. I'd like to add a condition to the final license for Milltown Agriculture LLC, and the recommended condition is, prior to commence operation, identify any hiring goals for individuals with disabilities in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K.
Thank you. I now seek a motion to approve the recommendation for final licenses item 2 through 8 on the agenda, subject to the conditions opposed by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Next, we turn to staff recommendations on license renewals, which will be voted in 2 groups, adult use and medical use. Before we begin, Commissioner Stebbins has some comments to make regarding renewals. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to comment on the current list of renewals. I am thankful that our licensees continue to focus on reaching out earlier in the renewal process to their host community to seek a list of impacts and the related costs. That message seems to have been heard well by our licensees. And again, I appreciate their work as part of the renewal process. As I was going through with the renewals, found great examples of licensees really pulling together their information, especially around their positive impact and diversity plan updates, and presenting it in a really easy to digest format. One of those was, I hope I pronounce it right, Apical in Northampton. One example of a licensee really doing a great job and therefore being able to present that in a really clear and concise fashion for our team and as a commissioner reading through renewals. So appreciate their good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Mr. Chamberlain, do you have any statements or comments regarding the applications for renewal?
Thank you, Chair. Today, there are 64 license renewal recommendations for the Commission's consideration, which also includes one medical marijuana treatment center renewal. Commission staff recommend review and decision on the renewal applications before you, and if approved, request that the approval be subject to the licensee remaining in compliance with the Commission's regulations and applicable law.
Thank you. Again, we'll now vote on that as a group. I seek a motion to approve the recommendations for adult use license renewals, specifically items listed 1 through 63 on the agenda. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Next on the medical license, I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for medical license renewal, specifically item 64 on the agenda. Is there a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Next, we turn to staff recommendations on responsible vendor training. Mr. Chamberlain, do you have any statements or comments regarding responsible vendor training?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. We have, as you can see, just the one recommendation today for America's Safety Council. The applicant here is America's Safety Council. They're seeking a 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They plan on providing virtual training environments. Therefore, Commission staff recommend Commission approval subject to the conditions before you.
Can I just ask you a quick question? How does one become a responsible training vendor? This is just an issue I don't know, and don't take a long time, but just how does one become an expert in doing this?
I actually may defer that question to our Director of Licensing here, Kyle Potvin, who may be better able to answer that. As you can recall, this program is
Sorry, Kyle,
recently transferred to licensing.
I don't mean to throw a curveball at you, but this is just something I was just curious about. Don't take a lot of time. I don't want to bog down what the business we have to do, but I'm just curious about that.
No, there's no issue with this at all, Madam Chairwoman. It's a great question, and it's something that's relatively lively. As the Executive Director has said in past meetings, this program was previously ran by our Director of Research, Dr. Johnson, since its inception, and recently transferred to the Investigations and Enforcement Department in July of this year. So we have been getting up to speed as well in carrying the torch that Dr. Johnson incredibly set the kind of a high benchmark for us. So essentially, for any business or person who wants to get into this arena of training our adult and medical use agents and become a responsible vendor trainer, they essentially would start with Mass CIP. The application to become a responsible vendor training is in our external facing Mass CIP environment, just like anybody who would be applying for a licensee for a license. They would fill out an application. it would be submitted, staff would be alerted. We would conduct a compliance review similar to how we conduct a compliance review and a due diligence review for license applications or any application that we receive. And there would be an exchange. If there was additional information that we needed, we would send, again, a request for information and keep that dialogue open. Once they got to a point where they were fully compliant, we would ultimately make that recommendation to the executive director and ultimately to the commission for your approval. The requirements for becoming a responsible vendor trainer are outlined in our regulations. We also have on our website FAQs and a guidance document that kind of explain the process and the requirements in more depth. So anybody that was interested in becoming a responsible vendor trainer, I would definitely invite them to those pages on our website. One important thing I think that's crucial, because this program is crucial and having these vendors do the training for our agents is crucial. There is no cost to becoming a responsible vendor trainer. There is no fees that the commission sets. So it is a feeless application. So does that answer your question, Madam Chairwoman?
Yes, it does. And, just with an understanding that responsible vendor training, is a responsibility of all licensees and applicants, and, just sort of reiterating that, making sure that is something that all of our applicants and all our licensees understand that responsibility. So anyway, thanks very much, Carl. Commissioner Camargo, you had a comment to make?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Popman, since you're already on camera, I was going to ask this later, but I might as well ask you now. And this has to do with the renewal. And I know you guys just moved it to your department, but how are we auditing these companies when they're renewing? And is there anything that we do or survey our licensees to see if these folks are actually good RVT trainers?
That's a good point.
Yep, that's actually an excellent question. And part of the transfer of the program to enforcement is to make sure that our trainers, our responsible vendor trainers, are complying with our regulations. They're doing the trainings appropriately. And that's a process that we're building out, obviously under the direction of the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement and the Executive Director. One of the changes that we have proposed and is getting implemented is, it hasn't yet, but our program, our Mass CIP IT provider, JD Software, is in the process of implementing this, is that on renewal, we are going to start asking our responsible vendor trainers for more of a detailed list of, one, the agents that they're training, and some relevant information about that to see compliance, not only with the responsible vendor trainer, but also with our marijuana establishments and our MTCs. But the second thing is they are required to do evaluation surveys and give evaluation surveys to the agents that are attending those trainings. So the second thing that we will be requiring in the future is a summary report from the responsible vendor training, kind of outlining some data and some of the responses that they're getting, so that we can get a little bit more of a feel of how these trainings are going.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Potman, thank you so much for that explanation. And my question is around compliance. So months ago, for a while, I was adding a blanket condition to all the provisional licenses that they needed, in accordance with the regulations, to complete their 8 hours of responsible vendor training. So when the reason I did that condition was because it was brought to my attention that we only had hovering around 50% compliance when this is mandatory in the regulations. I'm grateful. Since then, as part of the post-provisional license inspection, they are checking compliance. I read on the RVT. I'm just curious when we're able to do another data pull to see if we've made progress in compliance, or if anecdotally you feel the compliance is in a better position than it was a year ago.
So I guess I would start off by definitely confirming that under the direction of our Director of Investigations, No Khaleesi Kamalo, you're right in your representation that our investigators, when they're going out into the field, are checking for those certifications. And I think the message has definitely been sent to licensees in the industry that we're looking at this. I think it's part of an evolution that we will continue, especially with the transfer of the program, being thoughtful of how we approach this and when and how we get that type of data. I would not be prepared to give you an answer on what the level of compliance is right now. I can tell you that myself, and I'm sure the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, is thinking of how we can start capturing that data to ensure, one, compliance, but also to report out back to you, back to the Executive Director, on what is in fact the level of compliance in the industry. So that is something that I think we will definitely be looking forward to as far as implementation and to start getting that real hardcore and factual data.
May I respectfully ask, when you're able to get that, if the compliance is less than satisfactory, if you could let the commission know, I'd be more than happy to bring that condition back if you're not getting the compliance levels that are satisfactory.
I will definitely take that into consideration and follow up with the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement and the Executive Director on that request.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much, and thanks for that update. I think that was helpful. Now I have to remember that we have to seek a motion to approve the recommendation for responsible vendor training, America Safety Council. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners in addition to the questions and comments that we just raised? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Finally, we turn to staff recommendations on responsible vendor training renewal. Mr. Chamberlain, do you have any comments regarding responsible vendor training renewals?
Yes, thank you, Chair. For the one renewal today, the certified RVT here is Green Path Training. We're seeking to renew and be approved for another 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They currently provide both in-person and virtual training environments, and over the last 2 years, they provided instruction for 338 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval of this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for responsible vendor training renewal for Green Path Training. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. I just want to confirm that we would like to take a lunch break now. I think we're actually on a pretty good pace right now, and it's right about 12:30. So I will entertain a motion to go into a lunch break. Commissioner Rowe, would you like to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to second that motion?
Second.
Having been motioned and seconded, is there any question or comment from the commissioners? Hearing none, I will take a roll call. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. And so I'm trying to think, how long do we take for lunch? Is this a half hour? I'm just trying to figure out what people's half an hour. Is that enough? 35 minutes that gets us to 1 o'clock. Does that sound good to everybody?
That sounds
So
good.
turning
Sounds
at
good.
1 o'clock.
Adios.
Thank you. like to make a statement to Commissioner Stebbins. I am confident that you had a better tasting and healthier lunch than whatever it is I just ate. And I don't know if
You don't need
roll
to know
call
what you
on that.
had now.
Just tuna, but I'm telling you, it was like I felt like I was in a Seinfeld episode. Definitely in a Seinfeld episode.
Oh, no.
Anyway, no
I-
tuna for you. Okay, all right. Okay.
Oh, no.
No, this morning he literally said no tuna for you. I tried to buy it on the way in, and it was breakfast, and I got yelled at. So when I came back in, he was a little nicer. But I'm confident that Commissioner Stebbins' wife made something much nicer than I had, and I'm a little jealous right now. So just want to let the record reflect. As long as no one's taking as long as no one's taking notes on that. What
You got a sandwich out of a vending machine last month, didn't you?
Well, yeah, and that's when I had a hot mic moment. I think it was the the chemicals in that sandwich that I was eating. So anyway.
Oh, geez.
Yes.
My happy, healthy, nutrition focused wife did
Yes.
make us both a great lunch. So
I'm sure she did. Give her my best.
I'm proud of it. Okay.
All right. Do we have we have the ED back? And I know his wife makes healthier food than I eat. So I think I lost twice this afternoon. All right. We will reopen the meeting now. And the first item for discussion today is a presentation by the Executive Director for review of the progress towards 2022 goals. And I will now turn that over to Executive Director Sean Collins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, welcome back. Nice to report to you again. As I noted earlier in my report, I would come back and update you on progress against and toward or in pursuit of the 7 established goals as adopted by the Commission for calendar year 2022. It's hard to imagine, but we are now closing ranks on calendar 2022, beginning to look ahead to calendar 2023. It doesn't feel like that long ago that the Commission adopted these goals and we began to pursue them in earnest. So I'll be brief. You have before you in your packet today, I think, a more extensive memo that tries to outline a lot of the progress, given that some of these goals are in fact subjective or aspirational, but don't really have that kind of granularity where, say, KPIs or certain tasks may not be executed. I try to stack as much evidence and information for you just to provide you context about the different departments that might be implicated by each of the respective goals. But as a reminder, there were 7 goals adopted by the Commission, which then, of course, cascaded to the departments across the agency. I'll read each of them or get into each of them as I go through them. So the first one, of course, is creating a 5-year strategic plan for the Commission, for the Commission's development, with requirements within the requirements of our cost neutral obligations and other statutory requirements. Again, as a reminder, we are obligated by law, especially around our fees, et cetera, to essentially charge fees that meet our operational needs, but not exceed them. So in other words, we should not be making money on fees. What we do, though, is I think we've achieved that goal largely, but it then allows the excise tax and sales tax and local option tax to be purely revenue for the Commonwealth and municipalities within it. And I believe we've offset that. We can talk more about that when the budget is a discussion for your agenda later on. In support of this goal, though, I want to highlight just a few activities around the agency and certainly compliment each of our departments responsible for it. First is we conducted a revenue forecasting project, an estimating project with our external vendor, KPMG. This was largely led by Adriana Leone, our CFO, and her team, really looking at, as this industry matures and as our agency matures, how can we better model our forecast, and how can we hopefully provide better information for our own budgeting, but also provide better information and estimates for the budgeting offices across Massachusetts, including the Secretariat of A&F and the Governor's Administration, as well as House and Senate Ways and Means. Next is a job classification and compensation study. There we worked with 2 different vendors, Ernst & Young and our external employment firm, Morgan, Brown & Joy, looking at creating salary bands, looking at evaluating salaries, looking at job titles, looking for descriptions, and really trying to bring some parity and understand our classification across the agency, but then also looking at how we can make sure that when we build this agency, we're doing so in an equitable way across departments. And that project, both of those projects are complete as far as the information gathered and evaluation conducted. And really what's left to do is implement those things across the agency. The other thing that we just launched, I believe it was either last week or the week prior, but it's been a project being undertaken for some time, is workforce planning. And we're specifically looking at our investigations and enforcement team first. Really, it's to look at what are our operational needs, but how as we look at the agency and the industry, how do we scale accordingly? How do we project accordingly? Really, it's understanding where this industry might be going, and where this industry goes, we must go with it. So ensuring that we continue to have an effective ability to regulate it and enforce it and ensure compliance. So it's really trying to anticipate market and be sure that we can plan accordingly. And again, there's also looking at market as it may pertain to federal legalization as well. So there might be opportunities for consolidation or as we discussed earlier, saturation. But that workforce planning is really critical to help us also become better advocates for our budget needs when we do pursue them, again, at the State House with A&F, as well as both House and Senate Ways and Means committees. The other aspect was really developing a 5-year plan, and I want to credit Alyssa Stack, our COO, for really putting pen to paper on that. She's done an incredible amount of work alongside her team and alongside various departments to really articulate what that 5-year window would look like. And it's really, you see some of it in our budget development as well. And I would look forward to sitting down with each commissioner and walking through that real pen to paper exercise that she's put together a lot with her as well, so that we might talk further about what that 5-year window looks like from a planning and strategic standpoint. So that's the update on goal 1. If there are no questions, I can certainly jump to goal 2, or we can take each one at each instance. So it looks like Commissioner Roy may have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. On goal number 1 with a job classification study, yep. You said work remains to implement the results. So with the Erica's absence, I think she was an integral part of that. So could you share with us what remains to be done, and with Erica leaving, does that slow up progress at all?
No, it doesn't slow up progress at all. One of her, that was actually kind of on her, upon her departure, one of the things that she completed was that project as far as the findings and the data itself. And so the completion of it was essentially that deliverable was delivered. So really the next phase kind of fits other departments. Obviously, I'm also very confident in Justin's ability as our HR director to carry that through, but also some of it falls to operations and finance for the next phase of it. It also requires us, I think, to have meaningful discussions with our staff. And so bringing information to them, sharing that information with them, sharing it with commissioners. And so really the next phase is rollout, as opposed to completion of the exercise around data gathering and the creation of the bands, the creation of the charts. That work has been completed, and it was completed in large part by Erica prior to her departure.
Thank you.
Yep. Excuse me. So goal number 2 was, in collaboration with commissioners, establish a foundational, durable, and manageable governance model for the agency that properly delineates policy matters and administrative functions consistent with statutory requirements. Here, I didn't spend too much time trying to illuminate the work that has been done, in part because you've been doing it alongside me and now our various department heads and staff leadership here at the agency. So I will very briefly just thank you for your cooperation and participation in that exercise. Obviously, we've worked with Susan Podziba, who is a vendor of ours, and I think really put a lot of work in this fall, late summer, and I think done some really powerful, meaningful work that will be durable beyond all of us. And again, I didn't feel a need to dwell too deeply on this goal, as I think you've lived it alongside me. And again, that's just something I'm incredibly grateful for, because I think it has been a productive exercise. And as we advance that, the next phase obviously is to complete that project. And much like the classification piece that we discussed just moments ago, then put effort into implementation. and what that looks like. So I'm looking forward to that exercise. I'm looking forward to wrapping up the collaborative work we've done together, but I'm also, again, incredibly grateful for your participation and meeting me in those discussions. So again, happy to take any questions, but I feel like this one was something you had sufficient perspective on. So number 3, therefore, moving ahead, was refine, define, and report on efforts to create a best practice model, world-class agency that empowers staff to maintain innovative and responsive government. Here, this one's obviously, that's a big picture ticket. It's an item that I think allows for a lot of interpretation. I want to just dwell on a few things, and obviously, again, it might foster or generate some questions or conversation. I do think this is something that's going to be an evergreen pursuit of ours. Obviously, being responsive and innovative can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. We try to meet expectations where possible. I do think our agency is focused on creating a safe workplace, one that delivers high quality, accessible work products. I think if you look at a lot of the work product that you get as a commission at your monthly meetings, but also the density of materials that we publish, that would speak to that effort. There is no one thing that we do that I think meets this goal. I think it's really a concert of items that hopefully allow us to pursue it. Obviously, COVID has been disruptive. It's been disruptive to a workforce. It's been disruptive to our industry. I think we've tried to adapt and react appropriately where possible. It's certainly things like virtual inspections. It's things like our remote workforce. It's things like our remote meetings. And our ability, frankly, to just snap our fingers, say to our staff, until further notice, you're going to work from home is the safest model possible, certainly speaks to how we've designed the agency. But now we need to start thinking about what that permanent solution could look like from a workforce standpoint. We've really put things in a kind of a punt situation where we tell our staff, we're going to continue to stay in this environment for 3 months, 6 months, et cetera, and I'll give you 90 days notice prior to return to office. That 90-day window, I think, is still pivotal, especially as folks can need to begin planning and anticipating what that might look like as far as return is concerned. But we've always done it with we'll see when COVID is over. We'll see when we can come back out of a COVID environment. I think reality now is clear that we're going to live with this for some time. We're also going to live with the realities of our own concerns, our own safety in mind. And I think it's just changed culture sufficiently that we must pivot into what does a permanent solution look like. And I'm grateful that we have a working group established that can actually answer some of those questions for us, can begin to evaluate what a return might look like and what our permanent state in perpetuity can look like. Also mindful that any decisions we make must come with an efficient and effective evaluation such that if there is a need to change, we're able to do that. And I think we've already proven our ability to adapt to changing circumstances. There's a number of bulleted items here that I called your attention to as well that I think just check off a little bit of the spirit of what I think this goal is. We've continued to professionalize our agency. We've developed and rolled out an SOP library, which is accessible to all of our staff. We've now established quarterly all-staff meetings where I and leadership of the staff sit with the entirety of our staff, field questions, share information, and try to just be accessible and engaged. And I think that's been an effective tool for our staff to learn about things together, but also spend time together as an entire agency, knowing that sometimes we can get isolated into our own respective departments. We've now surpassed 100 employees here at our agency. I think that's an incredible milestone given our origins not that long ago. We also look at initial license applications within a matter of calendar days, where at one point we had, that timeline, may have been a number of months. So to get that down to a number of days is a testament to the quality of our staff and their work. We also are looking at and evaluating our internal SOPs. We continue to evaluate them, though, with an eye toward customer service and responsiveness, but also I think establishing a sufficient and appropriate dynamic between us and licensees in that we are their regulator and making sure that compliance is a central tenet of what we do, but so too is service and customer service. And also we discussed earlier, realigning appropriately some of the work that exists throughout the agency. And the example I'll use is the pivot from research to licensing for RVT evaluations, for instance. So always looking at the work and where it resides and asking, is that most appropriate? So again, there's a lot of work that's gone into that. Also, one of the things I want to flag too is the continued growth of our constituent service operation, which I think is necessary given the needs and demands of our patients and ensuring that we can continue to be a valuable resource for them as they navigate what is a murky legal situation federally, of course, but also their ability to access timely and local medicine. So again, trying to make sure we continue to be a resource there. So again, there's a lot that I just shared with you. There's more in the memo, but again, that's a pretty lofty goal. So I want to stop if there's any questions. See a number of hands. Looks like Commissioner Roy, you might have been first on the buzzer.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question on the bullet that says we continue to evaluate and enhance our case management system to improve the collection of information, but also the accessibility of it. Does that apply to both medical and adult or just adult? And can you give examples of case management, please?
Sure. So case management for us is primarily, it's a back-end kind of licensing repository. So things like inspections, things like maintaining communications to ensure that, for instance, if one investigator or compliance officer is to visit a facility one day, that those notes are then put into a central repository, such that if another investigator or compliance were to visit a week from then, they would have access to the information shared and gathered. Similarly, if a phone call is made to me or one of say the director of investigations, it can be deposited there such that someone that might be working on a matter has access to that information and intel. So it's a matter of continuing to ensure that information flows between our different systems too. For instance, information might be deposited first by the applicant in Mass CIP. It needs to be extracted from there such that the case management system is updated with contact information, etc. So for us, we use it as kind of a back-end tool. It also contains a lot of information relative to, say, ongoing investigations and making sure that we can contain and build a complete and proper, and most importantly, an accurate administrative record, such that if an investigation might yield a finding or a result, the extraction of that information is easily done and not having to scour emails and check desktop files, etc. It's that central repository. Improving the collection of that is obviously making sure that folks are trained on it. They know how to use it, where things can be found and where things should be placed. But also the accessibility of it is making sure that people that need access to that information have timely and ready access to it.
Thank you.
I'm not sure between Commissioner Stebbins or Camargo who was next.
I'll defer to Commissioner Camargo.
It's not in my best interest to choose given the topic as well. So
that's why I just did.
Sorry, I was about to do that, Sean, and I'm happy to if you want. Commissioner Camargo?
Sure. Sean, you kind of answered some of what I was thinking about, but I know that you've been working on building this world-class agency and best practice model. A lot of our leadership team has been here pretty much from the beginning. I think we just saw Erica White depart, who was, I think probably, I don't know exactly when she came in, but there's a lot of folks here who hold a lot of information, a lot of institutional knowledge. And I kind of want to just hear your thoughts on, how, within this bullet, what are you guys, or what have you thought around succession planning for the agency, for folks? I know there's a lot of SOPs, which I'm glad to hear, but I just wanted to hear a little bit about that within the capacity that we all have. I think, Yal GB said it best last week, right? We're always in startup mode and everybody still feels like it's a startup agency. So, what are some of the things that you've done to sort of take a step back with your team to sort of think about, if one of you was to go, how do we make sure that we're moving forward? Because, these positions are pretty intense.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. It's a timely one too. And I guess I was planning and intending to get to that toward the end. So I may save some reaction for then, but kind of pulling the spirit forward a little bit. There's a lot of work that we've put in is really around professionalizing and maturing our agency from a bureaucratic standpoint. I mean that in a positive way. I think we can often suggest a negative connotation to bureaucracy. But what I think about when I think about bureaucracy is things like documentation. It's things like SOPs. It's also things like, frankly, the governance work that we are all putting in together, which serves as, and I know we've talked about it in some context around what is the job manual for some of these positions. We, of course, are guided by commissioners and myself by statute. But that in some instances is incomplete or vague or is subject to interpretation. So how do we interpret that as the folks that occupy these roles? We remind ourselves as your leadership team often that we are the first occupants of our respective roles in a lot of instances. So in some way we get to define it, but in other times it also respects that someone else might do it differently. And I think there needs to be proper flexibility, but definition to some of these things. So we look at things like job descriptions, we look at things like structure. And one of the things I'll touch on later is hopefully my own emerging self-awareness around decision-making and the process of decision-making, and thinking about, yes, succession planning, but also just what is the most efficient but navigable, if that's even a word, structure where someone can figure out how to make their way through this agency and get a proper decision made in a timely way. And that's up and down. Knowing that obviously I'm accountable to you as the 5 commissioners, and the staff's accountable to me, but I also feel a degree of accountability to our team. How do I put them in the best position to succeed as well? So I don't mean for there to be a lot of puffery or hyperbole to the answer here, but I think it's an ongoing exercise, and I don't think there's any one answer to it. I think some of the bullets you see throughout, and I give a lot of credit to our leadership team for thinking about early days 2017 into 2018. It was let's just do the work. Let's build the system. Let's figure out how we're going to evaluate an application. Let's figure out what an administrative record should consist of. How do we comply with the 30-day administrative process? Now we're documenting all of that work based on our precedent. You'll also see, I think one of the other goals, I touch on the fact that it's not lost on me that each and every decision that whether I make it or the commission makes it or we decide who makes that decision, they're oftentimes the first of its kind. And so we're setting live precedent in that moment. And one of the things I'm really proud of from our work historically, not just calendar year 2022, but even previously, is that oftentimes you can find that administrative record somewhere, whether it be the minutes that we post and keep on our website, whether it be the recordings of these meetings. Our staff go back on a regular basis and say, when was that decision made as a policy? And what was the commission's discussion about it? And you're declaring intent live. But then when we make that decision, we document it and write it, and we issue that notice to a licensee, or we issue that notice to a patient, or, and I think that it sets precedent such that someone else can go back to it. So it's really, for lack of a better term, it's kind of documenting everything such that it doesn't depend on my memory or someone else's memory, or frankly, my habits, knowing that someone else may occupy my role at some point, and I respect that they may choose to do it differently.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Commissioner Stebbins was ahead of me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, a couple of observations. First of all, I think Executive Director, we set these goals just about a year ago, and I think it was somewhat of a sea change in that we were moving you away from the early startup days of the commission to more in kind of task-oriented goals to what I would say are more broader visionary goals, or certainly strategic goals. And that, you can see in the body of evidence that you presented that all of the activity related to this one goal kind of flows through communications, administration, licensing, investigations, HR. Everybody has had a piece of this. So I compliment you on, figuring out a way to demonstrate and provide that evidence, because I think early on there was a question of, if we move you to loftier goals, how do you present that evidence? And I think you've done a good job of doing that here. And kind of a look forward, and I'm glad to hear you say that this will continue to be kind of an evergreen goal, and we, in all likelihood, we'll see it in the goals that you lay out for next year. If I can just offer some input into that, thinking about best practice, world-class agency that's responsive and innovative, let's try to begin to think of opportunities for professional development for our team members, kind of up and down the team.
Thank you. And does any other commissioner have a comment or a question? I have one question and one comment, only because I hadn't heard of this before I'd read this the other day. But can you talk to me a little bit, Mr. Director, about the vendor that is developing an equity programming lead generation campaign strategy? I'm just curious, about that. What is that? How is that functioning? Only because I'd never heard of that before I'd read this here, and so other commissioners may know about that, but I'm a little late to the game. Could you just give me a little color and context?
Sure, and that may be the next goal. So I can advance there next, and I think cover that. And I think there's more work to be done alongside commissioners with that specific vendor as well, as they really are scoping out that work live right now. I guess just to go back to Commissioner Stebbins' last comment on goal number 3, professional development is a major aspect of what we encourage and try to facilitate for our staff right now through the performance management process. And that's really a collaborative effort too. And I want to just compliment each manager in each department, but also, of course, the work of our HR department in really trying to professionalize our evaluation process. Ironically, it's traditionally not something that has been part of my evaluation, but I obviously want to note the next discussion here too, which is that the collaboration is engaging with employees of what do you think is necessary for you? What do you desire? Where do you want to go with your career 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Obviously, we hope it's here with us and folks want to grow internally. But how can we provide that professional development? Some folks are looking to engage with more public aspects. Some folks are looking to gauge or hone a skill necessarily. But it's really a discussion, a thoughtful one of staff. And they're actually held to account for that. Did you pursue your professional development obligations or goals? And also, how can we be supportive of that? And so I think, Commissioner Camargo, you referenced earlier, we've got a number of staff that are engaging with peers across the country right now. And I'll touch on that, I think, in a later goal too. But I just want to note that professional development is a major theme of how we function and what we do. And obviously, if I were to take every topic that we have, or every effort we've put into the last calendar year and try to provide it to in a memo format, I would drown you in paperwork. So I don't want to be incomplete in my answer, but I respect that is a continued theme for your focus as well. So I will note that moving forward, Madam Chair.
And I apologize for jumping ahead again. I'm like looking at too many screens and little screens, and so I'm not keeping it the right pace. But I did want to sort of respond or comment about Commissioner Camargo's question about succession planning. And this is actually that succession planning, at least as it pertains to the very top leadership, is actually a role that in every other sort of board that I've either worked with or chaired or been managed as a nonprofit leader. That actually is a conversation or a goal that we probably need to set for ourselves, because it's really more our responsibility to develop that, especially as it pertains to the executive director. So I just want to make sure, because this is also part of some of the negotiations that we're kind of going through, is determining what is sort of the responsibility and workload of staff, but also how do we sort of elevate ourselves in essence as the board of directors of this this organization. So that may be something that we sort of highlight and in our next meeting, we may want to have a conversation about what we do as board members to facilitate that. So thank you. That's all.
Sure. And it's really comforting to have the commission talk about succession planning during my presentation on goals. That's really something I'm looking forward to engaging with you on moving forward. Nonetheless, I agree. I think it's important as we mature, we realize that each of our departments, we're a 5-year-old agency, and now as we've surpassed the 100 employee mark, staff are going to come and go. We want to make sure that the agency continues to function at a high level. So I guess I say that in jest, but sincerely, I think it's important as we mature to continue actually putting some of this work down on paper and ensuring. And I appreciate the commission's interest in ensuring that continuation. So
well, again, just to say, Sean, I've engaged in succession planning that never was triggered for another 3 to 4 years. So it's really just good corporate governance. And again, I'm in every organization that I've run or been a significant part of. My theory is the hit by the bus So
That's right.
we always need to be ready for that. Not that I want you to be running in traffic today, but you know, you could also get a bad tuna sandwich, which I may have. So we can talk about that later. So I'll turn that back to you unless anybody else has bad jokes or further comment.
Thank you. I will, we'll look for a food tester soon enough. So number 4, and Madam Chair, you segued into this, I think, nicely. So the goal here is, in collaboration with commissioners as well, complete a 3-year strategic planning process, begin implementation for equity programming that includes measurable goals and metrics, combined with robust data collection and tracking of equity participants' success and satisfaction, as well as licensees' goals and progress. A lot of work has gone into this over really the course of the last 2 years, year and a half, and I again want to compliment our staff. The first thing I think that is worth noting is the existence of staff in this department and the bolstering of our ranks in this department, where at times it was a dream and an imagination and sort of a vision. That vision is now a reality, and those roles are now filled by people, and those people are hard at work. And so I think that's just the first and foremost aspect, is making sure that department and those people have the resources that they need to actually conduct this work. So we have a programming staff. We're proud of the work that they're doing. And I think, Madam Chair, to your question, we have a few initiatives underway, and I'll try to address them in order. The first is, and I think commissioners were participants in this, we did survey industry. That included obviously licensees, it included participants, it included commission staff, it included commissioners. And we tried to ask questions around their needs, their desires, what they would look for in a program, what they find successful in a program. And now that work has really been handed off. Well, it's been processed by our staff, but also being shared with our research staff, so they can analyze that data. They can stratify it by different cohort as well to see if there's been, over time, an enhanced course offering, therefore an enhanced satisfaction. So that preliminary data analysis is being done by both research and equity programming and community outreach staff. We're also looking at presenting visualization, so again, that we can come back to the commission and talk about it, but in a consistent, comprehensive way. And that, I think, is going to allow for commission discussion at a future meeting, but again, with information that's not just a data dump, but instead visualized in a way that is productive and informative for you. You did touch on, Madam Chair, the vendor, which we've been working on, which is, I always mispronounce this word, so I apologize. It's ASG, but it's Archipelago Strategies Group. They've been looking at building out with us basically a coordinated campaign and some strategy planning around outreach, and specifically conducting outreach to communities that were disproportionately harmed by the war on drugs, really to raise awareness about our offerings, raise awareness about the benefits of our programming, raise awareness about industry opportunities themselves, but also bring, hopefully, participant stories into this. What are folks that have participated in the social equity program found a success? Really, and I think that's creating ambassadors from success stories. And I think it's a really important, powerful message that's not just we, the Cannabis Control Commission, are here to help, but it's someone saying, this helped me, and this is how it helped me, and really starting those narratives. And I think ASG has been a really valuable partner in doing that, but they've done it under the leadership of our team. Obviously, Cedric Sinclair, our Chief Communications Officer, and Celia Williams, our Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach. The next step is really that strategy, and a lot of that content is being imagined and developed. We now have to go produce it, but it's also going to be done in collaboration with commissioners, and that's the next phase, is that commissioners be engaged in an exercise. So looking forward to obviously working with you on that and sharing more with you. There's also other materials we're producing around rack cards and explainers and things, and where possible, we're trying to bring as much of that in-house as well. I see there might be some questions, though.
Oops, sorry. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. My question is kind of piggybacking on what you just said. So in this bullet, another strategic planning initiative that is well underway is the expansion of outreach initiatives. And I'm going to ask you this question because I get asked this question a lot. Can you tell me how it applies to medical? What are we doing for medical outreach? And particularly since we only have a little over 400 providers, are we planning on any outreach to providers and as a whole so we can have patients have more access to providers?
Sure. I can talk about medical outreach. I want to be clear about the context of this goal. The context of this goal is equity goals in progress. So when I say outreach efforts, it's specific to equity goals. That said, and the goal itself, again, is 3-year planning for equity programming. Medical outreach, I think, is something we've worked to do. I think it's the biggest outreach effort I'd like to undertake ultimately is around the provider community, making sure that there are sufficient providers in our system, but also understanding that as medical patients embark in the medical system, that they understand. We've talked about telehealth and what a patient and provider interaction looks like. What is a meaningful bona fide relationship? Understanding that in some instances there might be a need to shop around for a provider to find the best value. So, and then also the other thing that we're thinking about from a medical context is the availability of medicine itself. So whether it be co-located facilities, making sure there's sufficient inventory, making sure there's sufficient variety of product, and knowing too that oftentimes patients are looking for strain-specific or potency-specific products, and also again the accuracy of labeling, etc. So there's a lot to undertake with the maintenance of our medical program, but just to clarify, this goal is specific to equity programming.
I just have to
Sure.
follow up.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner Roy.
I mean, some could argue access around equity for medicine too. That could at some point could, I don't know, maybe be in that bullet, but I'm just curious. I don't see anything here around in person. So last week, 6 of us from the commission, including Commissioner Stebbins and myself, attended an in-person event, Elevate Northeast, did at the DCU Center in Worcester. It was so well attended. The energy was through the roof. It was just a great experience all around. And I think there's something to be said for events like that in the, geographically, the center of the state where our headquarters is located. So I don't see anything here that talks to that. Do you ever envision us doing anything back in person in the community, just based on this amazing experience we all had last week too?
And this question was posed last month, and the answer then was yes, and that we're planning for it. And so the answer this month would be yes as well. And I think that's something we're looking forward to. And actually, you'll see in a later presentation as far as the budget's concerned, that's something we're budgeting for as far as outreach and event production. So yes, absolutely.
Awesome.
And that's exactly where I was going, Commissioner Roy. And one of the things is, one of the positions that we referenced earlier was community outreach, persons. And it's my belief that those are the people, because when I look at a lot of how the money's been spent, having been a political candidate on, more than a half dozen occasions, putting together advertising, putting together messaging, that's all great. But when you see the true success, I look at different states, in Georgia, how, we were able, again, my party, my former party, I guess I'm not a part of I am part of the party still. But the point is that it's reaching people where they are. And it's one thing, I think that we're doing an excellent job on writing and putting out graphics and things like that. But I think that the most important way that we are going to actually connect with, equity communities and get that messaging to them is person to person. And the thing that someone else had pointed out to me, that it's also when you bring people together, you find that there is that sort of excitement. Frankly, I referenced earlier meeting the investigation team. I love being in that room and the excitement and the sharing of ideas, and maybe I can help you. I've seen this both in political campaigns. I saw this when I ran the Girl Scouts, but it's getting people in a room to sort of play off the vibe. How do I connect? How do I learn from your experience? So I applaud all the work that's being done in terms of the messaging and the graphics and the websites and the videos that are happening. But ultimately, I echo what Commissioner Roy said. Understanding what those new outreach people will do is really important. It's something that I hope to be able to work with the team on going forward.
Yeah, and I think to be clear too, that was a message that was taken away last month after Celia presented just a status update and report on the equity program. It was obvious at that meeting that commissioners have a sincere interest in that public external engagement aspect. And again, I think that's something we we have been imagining and planning for, and also trying to provide folks different opportunities to engage. If folks want to continue engaging virtually, and we obviously want to make sure that we can continue to make our course offerings available through our learning management system, we can provide that and facilitate that. And obviously, if folks want to come together in person, we can also accommodate that as well. So it's really the best of both worlds.
Thank you. I applaud what you and the team are doing.
And I also, the other thing I on the learning management system, I meant to say this last month, and I'll use this opening now, is I do think, much like our virtual community outreach meetings, it has made that coursework more self-guided to a degree, but also more accessible. So one of the first things we did when we rolled out the first cohort of the social equity program, I remember it well, we actually met in Worcester, I believe it was at the Blackstone Valley Heritage. It was a kind of their headquarters or their kind of visitor center. We met there, used their space, and we had maybe 60, 75 people somewhere in that vicinity. We presented a lot of staff information on the licensing process, et cetera. But there were some folks that just couldn't get to Worcester, that, you know, how geographically diverse our cohort was. And then we would meet in the South Coast, we'd meet Western Mass, but folks weren't able to attend. And we also tried to meet on Saturdays, and we tried to meet on evenings, and it just became a difficulty to get folks together. So I think the learning management system does allow folks to go based on their availability and schedule. If folks have childcare issues, again, it's just something they can manage. But it doesn't mean, again, that we need to isolate our activities to that dynamic. We can still do those things productively in person and to let folks take advantage. But I just wanted to complement that pivot. I think that's one of the good things that ultimately came from that pivot, is that folks can access the materials when they're able to. Not seeing any further questions. I'll jump to number 5, which is develop and propose initiatives in order over the next 5 years to double levels of economic empowerment, social equity program, DBE, farmer and veteran participation in the industry. A lot has gone into this effort, but again, there's a lot in this goal, specifically around the likes of DBEs and farmers and veterans. And I think there's a lot of opportunities still remaining. First and foremost, I obviously want to call attention to the passage of really monumental legislation back in August. I'm sorry, well, ultimately signed by the governor back in August, but passed by the legislature in July, which really speaks to industry equity, and it obviously sets aside and creates, for the first time in Massachusetts, that social equity trust fund. I think that has the opportunity, if obviously implemented thoughtfully and correctly and meaningfully, to move forward a lot of our existing applicants and licensees. I also don't want to limit participation in this industry to just ownership. Obviously, folks are looking to gain gainful employment in this industry. Folks may have a skill set in a trade that can ancillarily support this industry. And so there's a ton of opportunity around cannabis that doesn't require you to obtain a license. Obviously, folks that wish to obtain a license should have every opportunity to do so. The other thing that is less, I don't think it's less celebrated, but perhaps it was passed with less fanfare, but has really significant opportunity and impact on our industry, but also requires us to do some work, which is why it has my particular focus and attention, is the municipal equity components that were also part of that bill. As you know, throughout our existence, we've been able to really process applications that come through our door. But if folks, in order to get to our door, must go through a municipal process, and there were no requirements that municipalities had equity goals, it necessarily impacted our applicant pool. So if social equity program participants or economic empowerment applicants were not able to even get into our pool, our ability to achieve our statutory goals was therefore hindered. And so this may create an opportunity, therefore, to create a more diverse applicant pool for us. And therefore, and I think if we ensure that our systems and structure continue to process applications and licenses at the pace that we do, I think we're going to make a more meaningful impact, or at least in a more meaningful way, pursue those equity goals and have a better ability to do so. Because now, one of the things that Erica White and I talked about prior to departure was the need to row in the same direction. If municipalities and the commission are rowing in the same direction, I think we're going to be in a better position to achieve our goals. And I think one of the things that we have to do as an agency, as part of our next regulatory round, prior to the next year, so before November 9th of 2023, is establish minimum standards for municipalities to in their equity goals. And the legislation also creates both carrot and stick opportunities for municipalities to actually set their own minimum equity opportunities and standards. So in other words, there might be a tax incentive or disincentive to doing so. And I think, again, that's a meaningful effort the legislature took. And this would hopefully help guarantee that we at least have a diverse applicant pool that we can then consider those applications moving forward. So I just wanted to call your attention to that, because again, it might get less fanfare than even the Social Equity Trust Fund. And as a reminder, that trust fund is under the jurisdiction of the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development, not under the direct supervision of this agency. Further work that I just wanted to call your attention to is obviously looking at our SEP marketing, and we talked a little bit about outreach, raising awareness to eligibility and programming. We did focus on disproportionately impacted communities beyond just those geographic borders, including especially outreach to Black, African American, Latinx communities and cohorts. Similarly, taking and looking at our materials available on our website, organizing them accordingly, and also translating some of our materials into different languages. Again, just trying to make the agency and its products a bit more accessible. The other thing I want to do, and I actually want to acknowledge the work that I think Commissioner Stebbins, you've done in this area, is making sure that we can continue to look for valuable partners around workforce development. And if there's different agencies that are working on workforce development, can we leverage their resources? Do they have tools that we can latch onto and try to execute? And what that does too is it makes sure, I think, adequately and sufficiently that just because our focus is mission driven and mission based, it doesn't mean we have to be the only one. So in some areas, there's opportunities to leverage someone else's work, partner with them, but also highlight that work. And so if there's agencies that have mutual goals, or if we can find a shared vision, it's just broadening our community a little bit, so such that this commission is not the one stop and only shop for some of this work to get done. So I want to just look for opportunities. For instance, is there a way to work with the Executive Office of Labor and Workforce Development around some of the community-based career centers that they might be managing and overseeing? Is there a way to work with the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security around some of the work they're doing around raising awareness for things, ways to work with different departments, whether it be the Department of Transportation, R&V, et cetera. So there might just be opportunities for us to ensure that we continue to be, again, a valuable partner for raising awareness and raising opportunities. So it's a bit of a disclaimer as much as it is an invitation.
Thank you.
I realize I may have generated questions there, so I'll pause again. All right, I'll continue on. We have two more, and I apologize for the lengthiness of this. The second last one is ensure commissioners and public have access to data and evidence-based publications to support internal decision-making, public dialogue, preservation of patient access, public health and safety, and impact on disproportionately harmed communities from the regulated market. A lot to do here. I think the central focus obviously is the expanded use of open data, also how we use open data internally and externally. So obviously, one of my central goals, and I think this speaks, Commissioner Camargo, to your point around not just succession planning, but also dependent upon who occupies the various roles around this agency. One of the things I've personally tried to prioritize is the use of open data. I appreciate it. I see its value. I see its utility. I see the opportunities that it presents, not just for us as an agency from a business intelligence standpoint, but also hopefully the business intelligence it might provide for prospective applicants. What does the market look like in Massachusetts? What products are available that sell? And therefore, as they build their business, they can do so in an intelligent way, and hopefully one that is therefore destined for more success than failure. That said, we also have evolved our open data platform to make it the most useful and durable moving forward. And so even that program, while it's a vision and I think an easy topic, open data, it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And one of the things that we've done over the course of history, and a lot of work has gone in this year behind the scenes that folks can expect to see, hopefully some enhancements to, is we've switched platforms, knowing that one may not have been the most optimal for us. The next one may not have been the most optimal for us, or it's kind of a regular pursuit of what is best. So we went from Socrata to Tableau Public, and then Tableau Online for both that internal and external presentations. Both of those pose limitations, though, in the amount of data you could maintain, the amount of users you could have, and obviously the capabilities. So with those limitations, we've outgrown them pretty rapidly. We've now gone to a Tableau server that allows us to build Tableau server that allows us to build out a more robust offering. And that work is undergoing right now, obviously with the help of our IT team, our data team, and our communications team from a visibility standpoint. So a lot of work has gone into just the back end tools of open data. And so a lot's going to come out through a cloud version relatively soon. Our research staff, I want to compliment them, especially in this area as far as the public access to information and data. Also compliment commissioners who have participated alongside our research staff. First and foremost, the Research Society of Marijuana held their annual conference in Massachusetts in July. And that was well attended by members of this staff, members of the commission. In fact, it was so well received that our director of research was invited to serve on RSMJ's editorial board. And so obviously that's a good indication of their respect for the work that we do here at this agency, as well as the work of Julie, our director of research, personally. We've been invited to guest edit a version or a special edition of Clinical Therapeutics, which will publish next calendar year, but a lot of work has gone into this year. And one of the things that we've done in that is actually invite other jurisdictions to join us. And I think that demonstrates our leadership role across the country. And obviously, we as an agency are contributing pretty heavily to that as well. I'd also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, at least, because a lot of work has gone into it as far as our agency is concerned, behind the scenes, of course, but a lot of work has gone in as we've been undergoing a state audit for the, certainly this entire calendar year and parts of last year. And as that comes to a close, hopefully in the near future, it's taken a lot of work from our agency, obviously to be accessible, be available, be responsive, in some instances, of course, educate, knowing that we certainly, I think we've developed over time a certain expertise in cannabis. It may not be familiar to those other agencies across state government. So where possible, we've also tried to sit in an educational posture, provide information, clarify information, in some instances, if necessary, correct information, and then ultimately be responsive to any of their findings that they may produce. So again, I just want to compliment the auditor's office for their cooperation throughout this, obviously their interest in our agency, but also compliment our staff for their participation in it as well. So a lot has gone into this goal. And again, I haven't covered everything. I've just tried to hit the treetops, so to speak.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, my question is around the open data platform. And this question came up a couple weeks ago at the research subcommittee meeting. And when you look at the open data platform, which is great, but it's very adult use oriented. And the question was, would it be possible down the line so folks know the average price of their medicine if we were able to post, as we do for adult use, 1 ounce in a gram, the monthly price, and show it over time? So that just came up around putting a little more information around medicinal cannabis.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I think it's timely as well. An earlier rollout of our open data platform, I want to say it was earlier this year, I'm merging my years, I'm sorry, was actually to take the data we now have for medical, and we do have sufficient data to present that information. It's primarily an extract from metrics, so we would be able to produce that. So yes, that is something we can produce, and it's something that we've been, as part of our evolution, trying to incorporate where possible more information relative to medical. So yes, is the short answer.
Okay. And I have just a follow-up question to my question. So along the open data platform, will there be any discussion around host community agreements and what the municipalities? So right now it's kind of, there's no transparency. And I know there's a lot of questions, and I don't know if we would, since we will have jurisdiction, will we be able to demonstrate what municipalities are reporting or any kind of platform and open data around HCAs?
I guess the short answer is hopefully. I think it's a matter of ultimately what we gather and what we're able to reproduce with some efficiency, if that makes sense. So I guess the answer is that I would strive for that, if nothing else, with an eye toward transparency. I'm also mindful that this is not necessarily the data collection and then publication. One of the central tenets for me of open data is that it's not something that we scrub or we clean, but instead it's something that we push. So I want to make sure we're in a position to gather it and push it. But also that comes with, I think, a lot of caveats that we may not have evaluated this. This might, if it's something that someone uploads is it something that we can attest to its accuracy, for instance? So if I'm not mistaken, I believe you and I may have spoken about this idea in the past. It's something that I really think is has a lot of utility. Again, the execution is what I would be mindful of, but I'd like to aspire to that, absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Concepcion had her hand up.
I did. Thank you so much, Chairwoman. And thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I had a question that sort of combines this goal 6 with 5. And it was relative to if there's any thought going into giving public access for consumers around products that were developed by economic empowerment, social equity participants, and disadvantaged business enterprises. I know that we have a product database, the list of different sorts of products, but I wonder if there might also be some thought around actually having a list of those products that were developed by those entities.
Yes, I think it's a really interesting. I appreciate how you've kind of packaged that question. I think there might be a few ways to do that. So to your point, we have a product catalog, which means we at least have sufficient data based on what our licensees producing. So I think we'd have good insight there. There might also be an opportunity around labeling and badging, where one of the things I think about is where is a consumer or a patient most likely to go, and where are they most likely to encounter something. I don't know if a consumer or patient is going to, prior to popping into a dispensary, for instance, or an MTC, visit a website to confirm what am I looking for. But they might look for certain badging on a product. And I know obviously we have various leadership ratings, et cetera, so there might be some opportunity there. I've been spending a lot of time, and I'll probably get in trouble for talking or thinking out loud around, is there utility or value in, say, for instance, QR coding on a label that could allow for someone to produce information. Also could be available for us as a data push, but also, for instance, if there's a need for us to share information, say, for instance, a product recall, that we could also do we could commandeer it. So I guess, again, I'm sure some of the attorneys at this agency are probably cringing when I say commandeer someone's label, but as much information as we can give a consumer or a patient, and also provide as much real estate for a business to promote themselves and share information about their story. Again, I think of a lot of use there around we're a micro business, we're a craft cooperative, we're a social equity business, we're an economic empowerment applicant. Here's our story, here's our origins. I think there's a lot of value in doing that. And again, I think there might be a few different ways to attack that as well. It could be the push to a product catalog in case someone wants to go there. But it also might be something that at point of sale, someone has information on as well. So I really like the question, but it obviously, you can see it starts my wheels turning, perhaps way that's going to require some of our staff to hold me back too.
That's helpful. And I can tell this is a larger conversation to be on today, but we should talk about it.
But if I can, they're going to have to hold me back too, because of course I was speaking with Commissioner Roy yesterday about how we can more easily get sort of consumer information. Of course, I was calling it a QVC code, so thank you for calling it by the right name. But I do think that there are ways that we can, you know, compact information so that we can get it to the right people. So I suggest not a QVC code, I suggest a QR code, but I think that there may be a number of different ways, because there is so much information that we can and should be sharing, but in more creative ways. So again, we probably have, you know, a dozen people rolling their eyeballs and clutching their chests right now on the staff, like one more thing they wanted to do. But I actually think this in the long run could save a lot of time and aggravation. So I also thank Commissioner Concepcion, because I do think that this is an important thing to do, but finding the most efficient way to do it. And I thank Commissioner Roy for the conversation we had yesterday and her not laughing at me for calling it a QVC code. Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, no, I would just lay on top of that the fact that as we look through our diversity plans, which from recent licensees have reflected the updated guidance that we did, that we have licensees who are looking for a diverse supplier base. They're also looking to help SEP applicants through their positive impact plans. So kind of finding that virtual meeting room or virtual product and business connection, I think would be helpful.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. The one thing I'll just add on top of that is that I know that there are consumers and customers that also want to have that information. So I just think that it'll be helpful across the board.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo, did you want to raise, or you're just?
I mean, I might as well. Everybody else has. Sean, one more thing for you.
I'm writing.
Sean, add this to the 100 and something, I don't know, add it to the Excel sheet. We'll look at it when it's time to open up the regs. No, I think it's a great idea. I myself, when I walk into some of these places, I'll just ask to see if the bud tenders know, but I'll say, do you know any, micro businesses from some of these products? I've had people call me and say, hey, which are our SCPs or EEAs? I send them to our website because the information's on there. So yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. And, Sean, add it to your next year's goals.
So actually, that's a good segue, because I was going to say, what I'm hearing is, I think, enough information that can obviously get embedded into next year's goals. So that's the next place I go, is obviously to work with our staff and our team and with commissioners to think about. Some of these are obviously going to continue into next year. They're multi-year efforts, and I think I want to respect that. But some of them can also evolve based on the changing circumstances of our agency, the changing dynamics of our industry, but also respecting that commissioners ultimately get to set the priorities and point the ship. So I'm taking notes of how I can reflect that and what I bring back to you next month. Advancing therefore into goal 7, which is, there was some discussion at the outset of the setting these goals, especially Commissioner Stebbins, you touched on the sort of sea change a little bit. This goal in particular generated some conversation around how do you measure it, which is continuing to establish Massachusetts as a standard bearer for the nation as it relates to evidence-based policy development through broad stakeholder engagement. And at the time I indicated that becomes my burden to stack up enough evidence to suggest to you that I think we've either achieved or are making steady progress in pursuit of this goal. Here, I just want to acknowledge, obviously, that none of this work isn't anything that I do alone. Oftentimes I do it alongside each of you. I do it alongside our talented staff as well. Obviously, when I think about nationwide and Massachusetts as being a standard bearer, the one organization I often point to as evidence of that is obviously the Cannabis Regulators Association. Selfishly, because we played an active role in its creation and founding, but also because I think we continue to play an active leadership role in its existence. And in fact, as we speak, a number of our staff are engaging with their peers across the country at CANRA, sharing expertise, but also learning and absorbing as much as they can. So our continuation with respect to CANRA, I think, is a good exercise, and I think speaks to Massachusetts being that standard bearer. We also engage oftentimes or individually with states. Obviously, Northeast has been a hotbed of legalization activity over the past year and a half, 2 years. And I meet regularly and talk regularly with our peers of Rhode Island. In fact, I hosted them in our office back in July, tried to share as much knowledge as possible, try not to scare them too much about what they're about to embark upon, but also have been readily and steadily available to them. Connecticut, New York, New Hampshire to a lesser degree, Maine is a regular peer of ours, Vermont, and also that's not just true of me, it's true of our staff. It's also true of commissioners, knowing that there's policymakers in each of those jurisdictions that share your capacity and your roles as well. Focusing, I don't want to limit our focus though to just those times that we're speaking or sitting on panels or sharing information externally, but also looking at how we conduct our own work and how internally we are trying to evolve, we're trying to mature, and also we're not trying to be stubborn in our existence. And I think, obviously, we are thoughtful, we're careful, and I think oftentimes we can be more meticulous, but I think it also speaks to our successes early on and our continued successes. And obviously, I want to compliment the commission in this. Your success is, I think, our agency's success. And so obviously, in this context, I hope I'm not taking too much credit. In fact, I want to share it as much as possible. I think the work you've done around legislative and executive branch outreach has yielded now positive results. And I think our ability to support you in that effort is evidence of our pursuit of this goal. So in other words, I don't know, I can't say with confidence, or I guess I can say with confidence that your active participation on Beacon Hill led to the now successful advocacy and execution and enactment of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. I can't say that it wouldn't have happened without you. Instead, I think I can confidently say that it's a better bill, it's a more productive bill because of your contributions to it. And obviously, where possible, we attempted to support you in those outreach efforts. We also know, and this is, I mentioned this earlier, and I want to just touch on it again, the fact that oftentimes when we make a decision, it is the first of its kind in Massachusetts. And I think we acknowledge that, we respect that, and we try to produce as much information as possible so that someone who does come after us has at least a sufficient basis for how we made that decision and why we made that decision. So when you meet in your public meetings, we try to provide you a sufficient basis. When we produce enforcement actions, when we produce an administrative record, we try to give you everything possible such that you can see how we came to that recommendation. And I think we just, again, want to respect the fact that precedent is being set every time we make a decision. So generally, I think that's it. I want to just look ahead to.
Excuse me, I think Commissioner Camargo, I don't know if you were raising your hand or did you have a comment you wanted to make? I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to not too much time to pass before you.
Sure. Good catch, because I had put it up and then I put it down. But Mr. Executive Director, I know that we've, some of us have not been here 2 years, and we have heard a lot about CANRA. So I think while you're thinking about your goals for next year, I'm not going to speak for all commissioners, but I think it would be nice for us to participate as well. I don't know too much about CANRA. I know what it is. I know you guys have been very, very active. I know we were part of the founding membership, but I think it would be nice now that we're starting to get out and do more stuff. I did hear that our GC had done a presentation, I think a few months ago, that was very, well received. And I think you guys are really discussing a lot of policy issues throughout the state with our counterparts. So I just hope that next year you can find a way to involve us a little. I would say involve us, period, because I don't think we have. So I want to just push that.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for bringing up CANRA. Definitely support you in that. Mr. Executive Director, part of the concept for Massachusetts to be a standard bearer, and this is for a conversation moving forward, and maybe this falls under legislative outreach, but medical research, and I applaud Dr. Johnson and our research team, and all the research that they have done has been excellent. But looking at other states around medical research, California this year has already allocated $20 million. Colorado, $9 million in medical marijuana tax revenue for research grants. Michigan, $20 million. Even Florida, $1.5 million in medical research. So I'm just want to throw it out there to my fellow commissioners and to get the discussion around medical research and to keep in the hub of Massachusetts with all our amazing, extraordinary medical institutions. And I know the federal illegality can pose a problem, but that's not a reason not to try when other states are doing it. And I just wanted to throw that out there for conversation.
And if I can just, just comment and respond, and I thank you for your leadership with the advisory board, on research here, and thank, Dr. Johnson for this. And I've told some, let some folks know, but Sean and I are doing a couple of different meetings in the next couple of weeks with some of the folks from the university system, from the medical community, just to engage them in that particular conversation. But I think it's going to be a broader conversation that we all as commissioners need to understand what that means in terms of what we're doing right now, but also what that means in terms of legislative outreach. So I thank you for raising that, Commissioner Roy, and I applaud our executive director for the work he's done, and Dr. Johnson for the work she's done. But obviously there's a lot more to do, and Massachusetts is so uniquely situated to be a leader on a number of different areas in terms of research, of not only medical research, but just making this a center for opportunities for employment and for new uses. So thank you for raising that. Okay, Mr. Executive Director, anyone else have any comments and questions at this point in time? Do you want to?
Yep, I'll close out if that's all right.
Yep.
So I've covered the 7 goals. I appreciate your patience as I've gone through them. I promised I wouldn't read word for word. I probably spoke more than I had intended to, but really try to do each of the goals justice. The preface, or maybe not preface any longer, I'll just acknowledge that again, to provide you every single element of work or piece of work or topic or effort, I think would make this much longer. So omission does not mean that we didn't do it. It's just a design to try to provide you as much of a synopsis as possible. I also just need to acknowledge that calendar year 2022 did represent our 5-year anniversary, and I think it's a milestone worth acknowledging. It's also where we've oftentimes referred to our agency as a startup. Obviously, startups bring with them a certain pace and a certain culture and a certain design. We've also tried to put our startup into the bureaucracy of state government, and I think there's an awkwardness to that at times. One of the things that we've done, though, is gone from those initial 5 employees, 5 commissioners, 5 cubicles, to now an agency comprised of more than 100 people. And of course, those people are public servants. They chose public service as a profession and as a career. They may have come from the private sector to take a chance on us to pursue a mission that they understand and appreciate and are committed to and share that commitment alongside us. And I think we obviously as leadership, including commissioners and myself, owe them as much direction as possible, as much opportunity as possible. One of the things that I want to be incredibly self-aware about, and Commissioner Camargo, you touched on this earlier with one of your questions, is how am I maturing in this agency as far as our process, our decision-making process. And one of the things that I need to acknowledge and I think understand and continue to try to be self-aware about is that much like our agency has grown and matured, that our process and our systems evolve alongside it. And so trying to delegate more where possible, trying to decentralize some of our decision-making process where possible is something that I feel like I owe you as a commission as far as what is the vision. And I think some of you have obviously touched on the idea of succession planning. I think that's a healthy exercise for any organization to go through to ensure, and I think, Chair, you touched on it. Certainly the bus scenario is not one that I would look forward to. I will be sure to look both ways when crossing, but at the same time, it is something that every agency, any organization should not be dependent upon any one person. And that's something I just want to respect and be mindful of, and also acknowledge that in 5 years, we have come a long way. But in some instances, the way we made decisions back in 2018, where there might have been 10 of us in a room brainstorming, we can't function that way any longer. But I think as far as all of us that have been here for so long understand, the organization's kind of grown around us. And so again, I want to come back to you probably in January when the discussion of my future goals comes up, present you hopefully with goals that you will appreciate, goals that you will have contributed to, but also with a bit of a roadmap as to how I think we can get there. Obviously, it might be reimagining some of our structure, obviously committing to certain changes that I can make, but also hopefully presenting some vision for what might be, knowing that Erica White, our Chief People Officer, and her departure, what does that mean for HR and culture and things like that? How can I delegate more, perhaps with the elevation and thinking through about structure again? What does a deputy perhaps look like that can help understand where, again, decisions don't always have to rest with me, but can still get made and still allow the commission to function in a healthy way. So again, I want to just forecast a little bit the calendar 2023 and hopefully plant a seed for you that change is on the way. I think it's positive. And ultimately, again, I think it fits with our maturation as an agency and hopefully speaks to, and this is uncomfortable or awkward for me, but my growth as your manager and your delegated manager. So grateful for the opportunity to share a little bit of our story with you from the calendar year 2022, but could not be more optimistic about our work ahead for 2023.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you for that presentation. I think that was very helpful. And while I'm always mindful of time, I think that those interjections and commentary were helpful, not only in sort of absorbing what's happened, but thinking about the future. Now, I also want to be mindful of, I think that this Commissioner Stebbins is going to lead us through this next conversation, but I just want folks to be thinking about if we would either now or after this presentation like to take a 10-minute just break, and then we'll finish that through the end. So I don't know if you want to think about that. Does anyone have an interest in maybe after this presentation taking just a 10-minute quick break? Yes, Mr. Camargo.
I was going to ask for a 5-minute break now.
All right, well, I'm just saying, let's do it now. So I will entertain a motion to take I'm always looking at you, I'm always thinking, it's all about, I'm thinking, right? But I'd entertain a motion to take a 5-minute break. I've heard the motion from Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy, will you second that motion?
Second.
All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins? I can see you're saying aye. You're muted.
Oops, sorry about that.
That's okay. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed, and we will come back at 2. I'm going to give us the extra 30 seconds, 2:21. Sorry about that. All right. Commissioner Stebbins, so I'll turn this over to you to discuss the performance evaluation tool for the executive director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'm pleased to bring forward our new evaluation tool to assess the executive director's performance. First of all, I realize this is not the most exciting or glamorous topic on the agenda today, but I feel it's an important step for this commission. As the ED just pointed out, we're 5 years old. The entire team is beginning to stabilize its operation, and we're maturing as a young organization. In addition, as I've said in the past, I think our new process for evaluating the executive directors, one, it's a critical role that we need to undertake, but I think it can be done effectively and with a sense of fairness, transparency, and it aligns with the performance management system that's now being employed to assess the performance of our entire team. This tool helps us assess the executive director's overall performance and progress and success towards meeting annual goals. I realized when I decided we should review our process that you can't raise concerns and then not dive into doing the work to find a different approach, but I want to express my thanks to our COO, Alyssa Stack, and our recent Chief People Officer, Erica White, for their help, their feedback, and their input on this form and process, and certainly appreciate the important support of my colleagues over this past year as we move through the process. As I mentioned, it's well worth each commissioner's time during our individual check-ins with the ED to get updates on progress towards goals and note performance progress, so we don't get to the end of the year and not have a full picture of info to complete an assessment. So if we approve this tool today, what I'd like to suggest a schedule for us to complete the process. If the chair permits, I'm happy to help conduct this review process again this year. Again, happy to turn it over to someone else next year, but to do this with the capable assistance of our HR department, I would request that the ED fill out this form, return it to HR by January 16th. The completed form would then be shared with commissioners, and we would complete our own version and hopefully return it to HR by the end of January. The process from there is for the HR staff to compile all of our comments without attribution into one final review. And then a commissioner working with the HR department would then meet with the ED, review the results, and then bring forward a overall review summary and salary recommendation to the full commission by the March meeting at the earliest. So in your packet was the new tool. I would say a couple of things. First of all, obviously allows us to assess his progress towards goals, also assess his overall performance. A lot of what you see baked in are similar performance measurements to the ones that he was assessed under last year, as well as some new components. And then obviously there's some helpful resources at the back end to help you understand the different kind of scoring that you might want to see, or a little bit more thorough description of the performance measurements. So with that kind of just quick overview on this glamorous topic, I'm certainly welcome to entertain any questions.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for your initiative and leading us and doing all this work with this component and this assessment tool. I wanted to ask, and I'm sure you've already thought about this, and I'm sure our executive director has already thought about this as well. We are all aware that we are without a chief people officer. So I just wanted to ask if that is going to have any impact on this process going forward.
I can take a quick crack at answering this. I've had this conversation, Commissioner, to your point, with both our COO as well as with Chief People Officer Erica White before she left. I've not had a direct conversation with Justin, but I would say both of them felt comfortable that they would be able to work with Justin and include him in part of the process as we go forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions that the commissioners have? I think you've done a great job here, Commissioner Stebbins. Want to thank you for bringing your sort of expertise from business and government to this. Commissioner Camargo, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Of course, thank you for taking this on. This is not an easy task. Our executive director, we're speaking about Sean right now, and the actual role is different than any staff or leadership role. And we are tasked with evaluating our executive director, which we see and speak to, pretty much. He's our traffic cop, like we call him. But I know that his peers see more than what we see. That's just the reality of this business. So I know that we have not incorporated 360s for this year, but I really hope that next year we do, because I think it just provides us commissioners insight on what his leadership team, thinks his strengths and his weaknesses are, right, and where he needs to grow. And again, I'm saying him, but I want to talk about this position as a position, not just us pointing the finger at Sean. So I really encourage us to think about it. And also, I think for us commissioners, not to be afraid to also have those conversations with the leadership team in terms of his performance, right? So, we'll have a perception, we'll have some information, but I really think that the folks that work with him every single day know his strengths and his weaknesses. So I just want to make that comment and just say thank you, Bruce, for spending so much time and putting this together.
And I'll, Commissioner Camargo, I'll echo what you're saying. I do think, and especially since everything is remote now, it does make it harder to sort of have a personal observation of a lot of what's happening. And so I think that COVID makes this more difficult. I would say that I don't know if that's something that we do now or we do it for the next iteration, but I do agree with you that it's sometimes hard for us as commissioners, especially in the current environment, although I'm actually hoping that the current environment, given the work that people are doing on the sort of the next generation of work, hybrid model, what that means, I think that will make our job a little bit more transparent in terms of how we make those assessments. So I agree with you, and but I do think that that should hopefully be rectified as we sort of move forward with a different work model in 2023.
Yeah, if I can just say,
sorry, go ahead, Commissioner. Do you want to respond, and then Commissioner Wright? What would you like to do, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Let me just not to hold up Commissioner Roy, but let me just respond respectfully to your point, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Camargo. My experience is that has been a valuable piece, is having that kind of 360 look, and certainly the impact input of staff, and again the people that get to work with the executive director. My understanding is there was an effort in the early days of the commission to try to do something similar, which was at a different point in the commission's life, as well as with a different structure. But I think we're happy to entertain it as we go forward in approval of this tool, which I think does have some of that utility to get staff input as well, would be valuable. But I'll be honest, I think I would be a little reluctant to try to do it as we assess his goals for this year, but I think it's certainly something we should incorporate moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Stebbins, I just want to applaud you and thank you so much for the time and your time, effort, and leadership on this. This is a really well done document. I appreciate the fact that not only did you break it down by Sean's goals, but you also did managerial attributes like communication, personal effectiveness as well, and you gave examples as well. So Great job, and I think this is going to be a really effective tool for all of us as commissioners and for Sean as executive director.
Any further comments or questions? Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to make any further comment?
No, I'm happy to make a motion if there are no other questions or comments.
Please do.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the new executive director performance evaluation tool as included in the commission's packet for the December 2022 meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Are there any comments or questions from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye, and again, thank you to all my colleagues. Appreciate the input.
Okay, and the chair votes aye. Let the record show that due to his incredible work, the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Thank you again, Commissioner Stebbins. The next item for consideration is an overview for the requested fiscal year 2024 budget. I will turn it over to the executive director, but I also want to be mindful that Commissioner Camargo has been appointed the treasurer of the commission, and I don't know if you would like to make a comment either now or after the presentation, Commissioner Camargo, or I mean you can do both, but I don't know if there's anything you'd like to say at this point before I turn it over to the executive director, the chief financial and accounting officer, Adriana Leon, and the director of budget and accounting, May Nguyen. So would you like to make a statement now, or would you like to wait or do both?
I'll make them now. I'll be quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to say, obviously, thank you. I was appointed the treasurer of the commission. I've been doing it now for 2 years. The position has obviously evolved and it's growing. And we've been doing a lot of work to, figure out exactly, how to make this a more effective role. But I want to just thank Adriana Leon, our CFO. You don't see her much, but she's meticulously working behind the scenes with our finance team. So I want to just thank May and Daniel Billings, who's new to our team. Creating the budgets, being on top of the expenses, the contracts, and most importantly, keeping those relationships with the State House are not a easy task. And managing, I think it's $19.2 million, as we all know, is not a walk in the park with so many folks in our agency and so many things that need to get out the door. So I just want to say thank you for all your work, all your service, Sean. You've had to manage this process with us commissioners and meet with all of us and for us to sort of give you our input and you look at our priorities. So I just want to say thank you to you. And I just hope that we continue to evolve in the budget process. I know there's still some work that we need to do and that, we have some, more transparency, which we've had a lot. I just think that we've gone through a new process, so we're learning all the time. So yeah, I just want to say thank you to Adriana, her team, and Sean, and I look forward to today's presentation.
Thank you very much. So now I'm going to turn it over to the executive director, the chief financial and accounting officer, and the director of budget and accounting.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, as well. To Commissioner Camargo's point, this has been a process. It's one that's evolved since the origins of this agency. One thing that has been, I think, a steady presence, and I think a real effective, steady presence and also professional presence is the existence of our CFO, Adriana Leon. Obviously, her staff has grown behind her, but she's been a real central presence from the outset, and I think a valuable partner in not only building a budget, but then executing against it each and every fiscal year of our existence. So obviously, you'll have a chance to hear from her, but I just wanted to share my sentiments and compliments as well. And also, it is where a lot of my confidence in our process originates, obviously, is in her professionalism and her skill. So in building this budget, there's a few things I want to just touch on quickly as far as the kind of the spirit of it, how we've come to develop it, and also how I think it will help us in facilitating meeting our increasing and expanding needs as an agency, but also how it is responsible in its execution. And some of the things I touched on earlier today, I think coincide nicely with this, which is our workforce planning, our need to grow alongside the industry, our need to anticipate And in some cases, though, to be frank, our need to quickly pivot. And where is this industry going? Where is this industry going in Massachusetts, nationally, but also where is our state going? So as we know, this fiscal year, the beginning of this fiscal year, we had new legislation that was adopted by the State House, and obviously that has been enacted and now requires us to react. So how do we anticipate meeting those needs through this budget, but also bearing in mind that we sit here in December, we are currently in fiscal 23, and we're not that far into fiscal 23. So some of these discussions are really forward-looking in that the budget process begins in earnest. I'm sorry, the budget itself would really take effect in July of 2023. So we are now some months away from that reality. At the same time, it's never too early to start planning. So, Haley, I think we can jump into it thank you very much. So this is a primer. I don't know, Adriana, if you want to touch on this as to begin your portion of the presentation, but it's kind of budget 101. So Adriana knows it and lives it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and also to Commissioner Camargo and the other commissioners. So today we're talking about the fiscal year 24 budget request. To start off, as Sean noted, this is an overview slide of our state operating budget process at a high level. The fiscal year begins July 1st and ends on June 30th of the following calendar year. So the annual process at the state level kicks off in the fall, as you can see here on this circled chart, with submissions of data to the governor's budget team, aka the Executive Office for Administration and Finance, also known as A&F. Continues in the winter and spring with our work with the legislature, and wraps up in July. So in a typical year, the governor files the budget proposal in January. However, I do want to note that this year, the timeline is a little bit different because we have a new governor in office, or we will have one in office in January, and she will have until March, I believe, to file her budget. Aside from the annual budget cycle, the commission also has the opportunity to seek additional funding if needed through supplemental budgets. Our internal process is built around these timelines and ensures that we fulfill our obligations for the state's process. So what we're talking about today is our request, which we will submit to A&F this month, and then to House and Senate Ways and Means by February, March. And I should also note, May had a personal matter to attend to, so I'll be covering the presentation today on behalf of Finance. So on this slide, we go through the internal budget process. As you can see, the first thing we do is calculate our baseline or maintenance costs. This is intended to make sure that we have accurately estimated the cost of any current and new costs. So for example, if we hire a new staff member in January of this year for fiscal year 23, we only incur 6 months this year in terms of costs, but we need to make sure for fiscal year 24 that we've accurately calculated the cost of their 12 months of salary. So we do that across the board for everything from payroll to contracts to equipment that we might need for next year. Moving on from that, based on the executive director's guidance, department heads submit their requests for staffing or payroll costs. Can you go back one slide? Sorry. Thank you. For staffing and non-payroll costs over and above this baseline figure. At the same time, or around the same time, the executive director also meets with commissioners to discuss their priorities for the fiscal year 24 budget. And then the executive director reviews requests with members of leadership and finance to discuss the financial and practical implications of these requests. And ultimately culminating in this presentation today, which reflects the final decisions for your consideration and approval. Next slide, please. So in terms of the executive director's guidance for this year, the general focus was on implementation of revised statute and regulations, as well as enhanced support structures in response to these regulatory changes to make sure that we're keeping up with our capacity to meet these requirements. So the executive director asked department heads to consider how the requests impact other departments, especially capacity within IT, HR, legal, and finance, and operations, I should say. The guidance also asked department heads to consider a realistic timeframe for implementation, with a view not only towards planning for FY24, but also looking ahead to fiscal year 25, since some of the work that we lay the groundwork for in fiscal year 24 may need to continue into fiscal year 25. And lastly, also considering the implications of supporting regulatory requirements in FY23 into FY24. So with that guidance in mind, each department had developed the fiscal year 24 request based on this guidance and with the data from finance. Next slide, please. This chart shows you, this bar chart shows you our budget from FY23 through this whole process and where we're at now. So the fiscal year 23 GAA, aka the General Appropriations Act, is the total budget approved by the legislature and the governor for this year. So we have 19.2 million available to us to spend. The light green bar is our FY24 baseline figure. So that's what finance estimated to be our maintenance cost for next fiscal year. The more green bar is our estimate of maintenance plus the department head's requests over and above maintenance. And the dark green bar is what the executive director has approved based on these requests. And I'll get into more detail in the next slides. In total, though, the request is 23.71 million. Next slide, please. All right, so this gives you more of a line item view into our budget request. As you can see here, we have 2 line items funded this year in the fiscal year 23 budget. Our operations line item and the medical use of marijuana line item. Both of the line items support all of our operations, payroll, IT equipment, contracts, etc. So we have 19.2 million available. For fiscal year 24 maintenance, you can see that we calculated, some increase in the operations account and a smaller increase in the medical use of marijuana account based on our assumptions of fiscal year 23 costs. The fiscal year 24 request reflects the decisions that the executive director approved based on everyone's requests. So you can see that the operations line item will increase by 2.69 million. Medical use would increase by 302,000, and we would also add a line item that was not funded in the fiscal year 23 budget, but has been funded in the past with $1.5 million. So in total, our fiscal year 24 budget, if approved here, and then ultimately by the governor and the legislature, would increase by 4.5 billion, which is a 23.4% increase over the fiscal year 23 budget. Next slide, please. So to get into more detail of the fiscal year 24 budget request, the majority of the request really focuses on people and contracts. So this slide and the next slide will go through more of a detailed view on which new positions or new hires are included in this request for your consideration. So I think as you'll see, the positions are pretty consistent with the executive director's guidance to department heads. In total, the executive director approved 26 new hires for fiscal year 24. Our current projected headcount by the end of this fiscal year is 150. With these 26 new hires, the commission would have a total headcount of 176 by the end of fiscal year 24. And the cost of these positions are all included again in that $23.71 million figure. So starting with communications, the executive director approved 3 new hires, 1 project manager to help organize and coordinate work within the department, 1 project coordinator for government affairs to tackle some of the more administrative tasks for that team, 1 policy analyst also for government affairs, which I believe will be critical with new regulations in place and also to support any policy initiatives and policy development. Excuse me, just need some water. For investigations and enforcement, the executive director approved 15 new hires, 1 project coordinator to support that department's work and project management efforts, 1 investigations and enforcement analyst to coordinate the department's data and reporting needs, 1 lab and testing manager and 1 lab and testing analyst to continue building out capacity within that team, and then 1 investigations manager and then 10 investigators to ensure that the department has the capacity to handle an increasing number of licensees and meet regulatory and statutory requirements. Moving on to the next slide. So this is the second part of the new hires. For research, the executive director also approved 1 data analyst to help manage research data procurement, use, and monitoring. In operations, this also includes 1 receptionist and 1 office manager to more appropriately split the responsibilities of these administrative duties. Operations would also get an internal controls officer to advance our agency's work when it comes to risk management, internal controls, and audits. And then rounding out the last few, IT, the request includes 1 business analyst, vendor manager to help IT manage procurements, equipment purchases, and contract performance. And HR, 1 HR business partner to ensure HR is equipped to handle all hiring and HR matters. And last but not least, for the general counsel, the executive director approved 1 additional deputy general counsel and 1 paralegal to continue building out capacity within the legal team. So that's the 26 new hires included in the request. Next slide, please. In terms of contracts, the FY24 request included $438,000 in new procurements. The figures here reflect each department's best estimate for the budgeted cost of these contracts. So going down the list, the executive director approved $150,000 for a racial disparity and exclusivity feasibility study. As a result of the department's equity strategic planning process, the study would be intended to provide a basis for the commission to consider race-based criteria for the social equity program. Also in communications, $20,000 to enhance community outreach efforts, including the cost of renting venue spaces and tapping into community networks. I believe this is what the executive director was referring to earlier in terms of more in-person events and really being more present in the community. Also for communications, the request includes $68,000 in various software platforms and licenses to support communications efforts across all of its functions. So that includes things like website support and other licenses that I'm blanking on. In research, the request includes $75,000 for a healthcare study as required by our statute, including the impact, including evaluating the impact on impaired driving, hospitalizations, and use of other healthcare services. $25,000 for the disproportionate impact study, $20,000 for consulting help to begin working on the development of a center of excellence for research. And lastly, $80,000 for external security monitoring to help bolster the Commission's protection against cybersecurity threats.
Is it appropriate to just ask a question rather than waiting till the end? Just a couple of clarifications. Again, you know, I've looked through this and I've had some conversations, but I have a quick question about the racial disparity and exclusivity feasibility study. How can you just sort of give me a little bit more flavor and context about what that is hoping, and maybe it's you or maybe it's the executive director. What does that do? I know what the disproportionate impact study is, but I don't know what that one is.
I can, hey John, I can jump in on this one. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a good question as far as, I guess, how is it different? Perhaps is a good basis. Mm-hmm. One of the things that it does, and I think Massachusetts is now in a unique position as well. Oftentimes, from a legal perspective, from a court judgment perspective, if there's any desire or attempt to make any application or availability of licenses based on race, so other jurisdictions have explored setting aside either a percentage or the entirety of licenses and using race as a criteria. Courts have evaluated that with a pretty significant scrutiny such that they may strike that mechanism down because it's not supported by a racial disparity study. There's no demonstration of need or necessity. What is unique about, I think, the situation we find ourselves in here in Massachusetts is oftentimes when those jurisdictions are exploring that potential, they're doing so without the existence of a cannabis industry at all. We now have the benefit of medical having data back to 2012 and obviously adult use back to 2016, really the effectiveness of licenses opening really in that 2018 window. We now have data and we can look at what is our industry comprised of, what does it look like, and are we meeting our objectives and goals, and we can actually evaluate that through a racial disparity study. The reason I think though, the versatility of a study right now is really to give the commission the potential to make policy decisions. It includes though, as again, I think another unique opportunity. Per our regulations right now, we have a 36-month window for exclusivity for delivery licenses, and it anticipates the same for social consumption, is that at some point the commission needs to decide, again, pursuant to regulations, is that exclusivity period going to expire or is it going to be extended? And the findings of this study could be used to evaluate that as well. So it's really intended not to make a decision for the commission, but to provide you with information such that you can make a decision. But again, it really looks at the industry itself and is there a disparity in the cannabis industry? Oftentimes other jurisdictions, and I can point to a few around the country, when they've done it, they've looked at like industries, agriculture, manufacturing, and retail. But I think we all understand that cannabis is really its own unique animal.
Thank you for that explanation.
I should note too that 150,000 it's a nice round number because it's a best guesstimate.
Commissioner Camargo?
Mr. Executive Director, do you want to elaborate too on just the 25,000 for the disproportionate impact study that we know may not be the amount, but it's there as
That's exactly right. Yeah, no, thank you. That's a great clarification opportunity. This budgeted number actually predates your last conversation. So knowing that the action the commission took at its most recent meeting prior to today, I've obviously got to evaluate that budget as it pertains to next year, but also look at what opportunities we have this fiscal year as well, because there might be a need to make some investments now. In fact, I believe there will be a need to make some investments now. And obviously I'll work alongside Adriana and others, also as the motion requires, so including research, equity, and policy, to really start to scope out as well as the continued work of our access and equity group. So that $25,000 number could be what carries into fiscal 24. I also want to take a look at fiscal 23 to see what available resources we might have. But we know there's some follow-on work necessary there as well. So thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for seeking some clarity there. That number could flex, but I would look for ways to do so within the confines of our existing budget.
Thank you. Sorry, Adriana, if you could just continue. I just thought it was a good time.
Looks like Commissioner Roy.
Commissioner Roy, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just would like some edification around the cannabis healthcare study. Has that contract been awarded and to whom? And can you just talk to us about the scope of that study? Adriana may have touched on it, but could you elaborate a little bit more, please?
Which the Center of Excellence or the Cannabis Healthcare?
Cannabis healthcare study.
Sure. So that's that contract's not been awarded. I guess as a reminder too, this is a proposal for next fiscal year, so it's really not. It wouldn't be effectuated until next July. That said, we're getting into a cadence now where Dr. Johnson and the research department have done a lot of work looking and really tackling the entirety of the statutory research agenda. Here, we're now getting into a rhythm and a cadence where we're going to start updating some of those research studies over the course of time. So most recently, you saw Alexandra Colby presented to the commission around the ICPS report. The next study she would like to tackle, again, still part of our statutory research agenda, is looking at cannabis healthcare. So it's looking potentially at a 2-year study aligned a little bit with the Center of Excellence. I just don't want to merge the two. I want to keep them separated, but looking at metrics to try to get into a start finish over the course of 2 years of various studies. This would be an external partner. We'd be looking for a vendor here, looking at things like hospitalization rates and whether it be emergency room visits, et cetera, and looking also for opportunities to involve commissioners too as part of that procurement process. But really looking at the impact of cannabis legalization on our healthcare system overall. So, but we're taking each of the research generated, taking it out kind of piece by piece now. Dr. Johnson's first effort was to get it all done at once. And we crammed a ton of work in over the course of, say, 2 to 3 years. Now I think we can more deeply dive into each topic. So, but the vendor, to your question, has not been identified yet.
So you made me think of another question.
Of course.
I know previous commissioners have been part of the PMT process, the procurement management team. Have any current in this group been part of it? And how, like you alluded to it, that would be great if we could be part of the PMTs.
So Commissioner Stebbins is self-identifying.
I'm self-identifying as the commissioner. I get asked to be on the PMT for that healthcare study commissioner. So, but I also have a couple of questions. So let me know when I can jump in when Commissioner Roy.
Unless Commissioner Roy has anything else, Commissioner Stebbins.
Just a couple of quick questions. Obviously, the big ticket on this contract page is the racial disparity. Again, my former job, we looked at some racial disparity work that had been done, I believe, by DCAM or ANF with respect, I think, to the construction trade. So I'd encourage any opportunity we have to reach out to those agencies and comparatively maybe figure out a cost in the scope of their disparity study. Going back to we don't need to go back to the slide. I think I can remember it. Adriana, we asked for 1.5 million in the public awareness campaign line item. I think it's important to note that even though we have not been funded in the past, the new law, obviously, as a reminder, put some stipulations and requirements on the commission to undertake public awareness efforts. So hopefully they'll support us with that request. But if you back out that 1.5 million, can you give me a number, Adriana, what the overall growth would be between our FY22 budget and FY23 and what our FY24 request would be?
Yes, certainly, Commissioner Stebbins. And actually, I'll answer your second question, and then your first question, in a way, will be addressed by the next slide.
Okay.
So to answer your second question, without the 1.5 million for public awareness, our growth over FY23 GAA would be 15.6 in total. So with it, it's 23%. Without it, it's 15.6.
Okay.
And that's pretty much in line with the last few years of our requests, which have kind of varied between, I want to say, flat funding towards like 20-40%. So we're kind of in the average range right now.
Okay. Thank you for that. Obviously, the legislature gave us that obligation. Hopefully, we'll be in a position to secure that money to undertake what they've asked us to do. Obviously, just a quick question with the 26 new positions that we're hoping to add over FY24. I'm assuming, and I know the executive director and I have had conversations kind of at a high level about each of those positions. I've expressed concern that we're ramping up a lot of work. I certainly don't want to hire people that at some point we turn to and say, your work here is done, we don't need you anymore. And I know there's been a lot of thought and planning given to that, but I'm assuming as we get ready to post those positions that, we'll come back and have a chance to review in some more detail the actual job descriptions of those positions. And I think they'll still require our approval. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. So anything that is a new position would require your approval, commissioners, in terms of the job description, and also HR still needs to determine the appropriate salary ranges for those positions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are excellent points. And I don't know if anybody else has any other questions, but Adriana, I hope that gave you a chance to let your throat not be as dried out. Try doing this for 5 hours. So anyway, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Adriana, thank you. Always thank you. It's funny that we don't hear from you so much so during the public meeting, but we are all well aware of the work that you put forward and how you hold this agency up. So I just want to start off by saying thank you. And also thank you and May for taking the time to meet with us before today, just to kind of get some of our questions and understanding of the processes and how the numbers were developed. There's something I wanted to ask you, and I think I'm hoping that it's sort of a straightforward answer. For the public awareness request, what was the how did we get to that 1.5 number? I know that this is something that was requested, it's the same that was requested before, but can you provide just a little bit of background?
Sure, and actually, can we go to the next slide so everyone can see what the 1.5 consists of?
I'm ahead of myself. I'm sorry, Adriana.
No worries. It's perfect timing. I will say I think this number really came about from Cedric Sinclair, Chief Communications Officer's expertise in this area. So I'd have to defer to him on exactly how we came up with these numbers, but I believe it's based on his understanding of the market and his past experience using these types of services and working on this project before. So I hope that answers the question. If you have more, I'll pause here. Go ahead.
I think so. I guess one additional question is that the same number that was used before when we actually received the funding? Was it 1.5?
I'm probably mixing up the years. I think the first year we got $2 million.
Okay.
Subsequently, $1 million. So 1.5 is somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
And I believe based on Cedric's plan, or our plan really, as approved by the executive director, is to encompass both the previous requirements and now the new requirements under Chapter 180.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
I just want to follow up on Commissioner Concepcion's question. So Adriana, and thank you so much. This was so informative. The bullets on the left, so the 350,000. So will that go to satisfy the box on the right, what we are statutorily mandated to do?
So the way I've interpreted it, and if Cedric were here, I hope he would jump in, but he's not. So maybe the executive director can jump in. So I believe both portions would essentially fund all three components of the law as written there on the left, or the right side, sorry. Yeah.
I'm happy to jump in. Thank you, Adriana, too. And thank you, Commissioner Roy. Yes, the answer is yes. It's the benefit we have is, and I think this kind of speaks back to Commissioner Concepcion's point as well, is that we have some historic process here as far as the origins of the public awareness campaign, which did allow us to generate and develop some existing content. So that content, therefore, would not have to be redeveloped. I think we'd want to take another look to ensure its continued accuracy and of the like, but we have some existing content that we can roll out yet again. At the same time, we would also be required to develop some new content that, with the lack of funding, we've been incapable of getting to. And actually a good example that we have here is we rolled out and developed content relative to the dangers of home manufacturing. We have that content on our website, but we were never able to distribute it widely in that 1.15 as far as the media buy. So we have virtual digital content, but it's available, but it really hasn't been broadcast necessarily. There's other areas that we would like to continue, and I think, again, it all speaks to the statutory bucket. The existing content we have is things like legal possession limits, the delayed effects of infused products, as well as the dangers of driving under the influence. Other areas we'd like to get to, obviously the dangers of home manufacturing is a good example that we have created content. It's available on our website, but not widely distributed. Risks of psychosis, risks of abnormal neurological development of children, so looking at youth access and the sort of brain development process. To develop that, you see here in the 350 range, that includes the work that our research team has done. We also want to note too, on the right hand side, you see that we are to partner with DPH in this. We did early on and really enjoyed the benefit of their expertise. We conducted a good deal of focus groups and made sure that the research was reflective of what are folks looking to, how do folks absorb content. So we want to make sure that we put some research to that to ensure that our content meets that same culture. The third, I'm sorry, that's the second bullet. The third I'm going to say Romanette, just because I think we're all familiar with what that means, which is educating the youth. In existing content that we have is legal, age of use, impact on developing brains, risk of loss of certain privileges, obviously federal aid for higher education, for instance, so student loans. So those are things that we have existing content on already that we could broadcast, redistribute. So it's kind of a mix of putting more information out there, but also creating some additional things. Where you might see campaigns like this, previously we used billboards, broadcast TV and radio, public transportation ads, and say the MBTA, WRTA, social media, and then Google AdWords historically.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
So thank you so much, Sean. So my question in that green box is where to do this in concert or in coordination with the Department of Public Health. Will we be funding it, or will we be jointly funding it with DPH, or how does that work?
So if we're successful in securing this line item and the funding, it would come from our account. DPH, and again, ironically, the way the statute reads is that DPH is actually charged with this task in consultation with us, but I think we've really tried to take a leadership role, knowing the importance of public awareness. We've been engaged with DPH throughout. Obviously, with the lack of funding, that engagement is sort of, I can't say it's slipped away, it's just kind of been dormant more than anything else. And so obviously, if we're successful in not only securing the funding, but I think looking at a strategy is how do we advocate? The more partners, the merrier. So we would love to go in concert with DPH and any other partner, frankly, to pursue and advocate for this funding. And again, I think some of it may need to be done without DPH, knowing the limitations on the work that they do. And obviously, again, we want to respect that they too both have capacity limitations and perhaps some policy limitations as well. As far as I guess I'm thinking about responsible use, et cetera. We're not advocating for anyone to use cannabis, but we want to make sure that we can have a mature conversation with families and people about how to talk to kids and the risks of some of those aspects. Again, dangers of home manufacturing may not be a DPH effort as much as it could be, say, a fire marshal conversation.
Thank you. Any Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I think it's fair to say that because we haven't had a public awareness or education campaign in the last few years, I think commissioners are interested in making sure that we have one, that we have input in it. So how will this work if we were able to get this funding for this specific? And I know it is specific to the statute, but how does that work for us in terms of engagement?
Can I probe a bit further into your question, if that's all right? You're saying
yeah.
As far as the development of content, or?
Yeah, I just think all of it, right? It's a pretty cool initiative that if we get it right, I think commissioners may be interested in being at the table while it's developed. So, how do we, is it like, okay, maybe 2 commissioners will work on this? I mean, maybe we're not there yet, so maybe I'm just saying it out loud. But I know that there's probably could be an interest. And again, I can't speak for all commissioners, but, I think we've all been kind of antsy waiting for public awareness dollars to create some stuff. And, just being at the table with this process, I think commissioners may be interested. And again, I'm just talking out loud here.
Sure. There's a few different opportunities, I think, for commissioners to engage. And that's why I asked the question, to see if there's a specific direction you might have been
Sure.
most interested in. I guess there's, as I mentioned too, that you see here in the 350 breakdown, that's really the design, production, the research and focus groups. Those are plenty of opportunities to engage. Some of the content, as I noted, that was already developed. So I think for the sake of value and the sake of maintaining the presence and more about MJ is something that we continue to support as a website and those materials. We'd want to, again, I think take a hard look to make sure that's still relevant, timely, and accurate. But at the same time, there's no need to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. That content that would need to be newly developed is obviously something we do in partnership with a vendor. So first off, given the value of the likely contract here, which is, if we're successful in 1.5, that is something that would absolutely have to come back to the commission for your consideration as far as the procurement itself. So that's one obvious area where you'd have an opportunity to engage, and not only engage, but opine directly in control. Obviously, that would require your approval. Mm-hmm. And then ultimately, too, the selection of that vendor would need to be considered by you as well. Mm-hmm. And then ultimately, once we get that vendor on board, there'll be many opportunities, and I would hope to find an opportunity for each and every commissioner to engage if desired, but also where appropriate too, given your specific interest, specific expertise, and making sure that we have a chance to make sure that it meets with, again, the spirit of what we're trying to do. So there might be that content that exists already. I guess our inclination would be to repurpose it and redistribute it. That content that would need to be developed, again, I think would go through that focus group and development process between Cedric Sinclair, Chief Communications Officer, Dr. Johnson as research.
And Sean, you know, I ask, right, because I think that I always say this, you know, there's still so much that we are learning as sort of, we're not new yet, we're not new anymore, but we're still learning. So I think for us, I'm going to speak for myself, you know, when you see these things, then it hits our budget, it's a procurement process, and then we see it out, you know. So I think I'm asking, and kind of just for educational purposes, so that we know as commissioners, like how to engage, how to get in, how to be at the table, how to know that this stuff is happening. So I think you know that I come from that perspective. So I think this is a big deal, and I hope that we get it. And I think, however, as commissioners, that we can be helpful to make sure that we get this funding would be great. I think my additional question to that is, you know, are we going to talk a little bit here around, since we're talking about public awareness, additional public awareness dollars for commissioner priorities by any chance, or is that for another time?
This would be the time, to be perfectly honest. And I think there's two bullets I want to call your attention to with that in mind. The very last bullet I think is important, where we note that in order for us to, part of the budget development process for us is somewhat anticipation. It's also that in order for us to, some of the contracts we just discussed, so the racial disparity study, the healthcare study that research would like to do, that requires some lead time and some work to be put in order to successfully execute. If we were to go from a cold start, standing still on July 1, when assuming the budget is actually enacted and approved on July 1, it would still take time to go through that procurement effort. It would also therefore cost us months of a fiscal year as far as execution is concerned. So what we're saying here in this last bullet is, in order for us to effectuate this budget, we will probably need to put some work in starting next month. What I don't want to do is have anyone assume that we're taking anything for granted, though. That planning would have to go alongside advocacy, knowing that, and I wouldn't want, say, for instance, the legislature to think that we're banking on that money, but instead we're trying to demonstrate, one, a commitment to the project, but also that we can execute as soon as that funding might be available. So I just want to acknowledge that. The last part is, if there's other priorities that commissioners would like us to pursue, we can do so, but we'd like to see it in addition to the existing budget. And then the cost there is really an estimate. It's really based on that breakdown you see above, is that some portion of that might need to go into a procurement and then the execution of it. So we're trying to scale it. Again, it's a number that we share, not with any specificity, but instead trying to give you a scope.
Commissioner Roy?
And Mr. Executive Director, you alluded to how effective the legislative outreach policy we have was, and I'm making a request or recommendation, if the chair maybe next month if we could vote on this, and we vote on this around public awareness, and then we can do, we have that letter that we voted on it, and we can do outreach around this. I think it would help move the ball down the field if we could vote on this matter as a commission.
Can you just clarify for me, what do you mean vote on this? I mean, obviously this is
so if we could vote on
topics,
public awareness that we are seeking from the legislature, public aware, and I'd have to wordsmith it with Matt and fellow commissioners, but if we voted on this, and that way, like last time we voted on different things, and it impacted the law, and we're hoping, if my hope is, if we were to vote on this, it would show our commitment to this, and it would be an unfunded statutory mandate if we don't have the funding. I think it would just help the cause if we were all in alignment that we would, would like these funds.
Spokespeople. Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
Can I just clarify? So again, we're voting on the budget, but what is it you'd like us to vote on in January? Is it the topics?
A specific vote around public awareness. It's been unfunded for so many years in a row that Sean has gone to bat for, and he's tried really hard. And I just think if we give it that extra push,
Oh, okay, I misunderstood.
that would
Okay.
help get it over the finish line.
I thought you were trying to clarify the kind of messaging and topics and when Commissioner Camargo
No,
mentioned
just like
priorities,
based
I didn't
on,
know if,
you
yeah,
know, the
okay,
recommendations from Sean and Cedric and everyone,
okay.
just based on this slide to vote, just to put a little muscle behind it as far
It's
as
to
messaging.
put a little cherry on top to say we
Yeah,
really mean it.
That's,
Okay,
I just, you know, I don't know what my fellow commissioners think, but it's frustrating when it doesn't get funded and, you know, that's all.
okay. Any commissioner, I don't know if Commissioner Concepcion, did you have your hand up or? No? Okay. All
No,
right.
just thinking, okay, listening and
thank you.
thinking. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Adriana, if you'd like to continue, unless anybody else has any questions. Adriana?
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
So this would be the scope of the public education line item, again, unless the commissioners decide to add anything else today. So I think that takes me, well, I think this concludes my portion of the presentation. The next slide really outlines the request for approval from the commissioners for this fiscal year 24 budget request.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Executive, thank you very much, Adriana. I think all of us, again, just, you know, to you and to your team, we really thank you very much for all the hard work that you've put into this, as well as the executive director. So thank you. And Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I had a question, and this is related to something that Commissioner Camargo alluded to and mentioned a little bit earlier about if there was a public awareness priority that was outside of the scope of the mandate. And Sean, I think you answered this, but I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit more. You're saying there needs to be an increase in the amount requested under public awareness. Is that correct?
I guess it's a fair question. I would say it would function much like, say, the state budget or a specific line item would, which is that there's one of two things you could do. It either takes away from the 1.5 and therefore impacts the ability or the expansiveness of that campaign, or adds to the bottom line. So in other words, if you were to file, say, an earmark suggesting a certain amount of funds, you have two options. It can either take from that bottom line, or you can increase the bottom line by that amount. So in other words, and we gave a ballpark number of that 650 as to an integrated campaign, development and then rollout. So again, two choices: distract or take from the 1.5, or add to that bottom line.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else with any questions or comments?
Yeah, quick question since we're on the topic. So, Adriana, you said we're turning this request in when?
Ideally this month.
This month. What does that mean? This month, like before Christmas, before New Year? Like, do you know?
I would say before Christmas, schedules permitting, you know, especially since this is prime budget season for ANF.
Okay. And just to be clear, if anybody wanted to add a public awareness priority, I don't know, I want to create an awareness around horse cannabis. We use this all the time as an example, right? Do I still have time to come behind the scenes and say, not behind the scenes, but off of public meeting and say, hey, Sean, other commissioners, you know, I want to add an extra $250,000 to the public awareness for X, Y, and Z. Is there still room for that if that was to happen? And I know that we commissioners met with the team, but I'm just curious. I want to be very clear because this has been a thing. So I want to make sure that we're clear on next steps if anybody has a public awareness campaign or priority that they want to get into.
As much as it pains me to say no, I think I have to acknowledge that in order for us to successfully do that, both from a timing, but I also think an appropriateness standpoint, I would want to ensure that there's sufficient commission support for that. So which is why we're here today seeking your support for the draft budget. If there were desire after this to change this budget, I would want to come back out of respect to the commission.
Okay.
Come back to the commission.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have any public awareness priorities this year for this budget, but I just want to make sure so that we understand this stuff. Sometimes we don't get to talk to each other. So I just want to just be clear with that. So thank you, Sean. I know that's
And thank you. And that's what I was asking in terms of, you know, if there are particular priorities in terms of the topics. Do you know what I mean? But if I can just repeat, we're not really talking about horse cannabis. That is a joke. Because you just never know who's listening, who might,
I was
you know.
prepared to vote against it, but I'll
Yeah.
leave that out there.
All right. Anyway, I'm just trying to clarify. Okay.
Sure.
And I'm not anti-tuna either. So anyway, I just want to clarify that too. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, I just took Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Concepcion's point. So, Sean, so for if one of us, myself or my fellow commissioners, has a priority outside of the scope, would a sub budget be the appropriate time for that to file?
It certainly could. I think that's to Adriana's earlier point, is this is not our only opportunity in a budget cycle to secure funding. If we felt like, for instance, in fiscal 23, we had built ourselves a fiscal cliff or had a shortcoming or shortfall, excuse me, we could always pursue a supplemental budget. So, and I would suggest, I think to commissioners especially, that is where your legislative and executive branch outreach policy can be most effectively utilized. And I think, again, we have a relatively talented staff that can support you in that effort, in both preparing the materials, but also bringing it to the commission where appropriate and necessary. So yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo, do you have a question?
No, I was just gonna make a comment, but you know, we've had a lot of conversation around the public awareness thing separately together, but I just want to encourage all of us commissioners that if we do think about something, you know, bring it to a public meeting so that we can understand what it is and how can we be collaborative. And Commissioner Roy, to your point, you know, us creating that legislative, you know, outreach strategy allowed us to move things together, you know, and it's not always that we agree on everything and that we can move things together. But I think public awareness is a big deal. We need it. And if we do decide to do something, I just hope that we can all talk about it so that we can be supportive to each other. So.
Okay, thank you. If are there any more questions or comments? If not, I will seek a motion to approve the fiscal year 24 budget request of $23.7 million. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Any further questions or comments from the commissioners?
Yes.
Yes, please, Commissioner Camargo.
I had like 8 questions and I didn't realize that we were still asking questions. I have them all down. Have them all here.
Okay.
But in the interest of time, it's okay. No, thank you. But I would just say in the interest of time, and I know that we got to keep moving. Sean and Adriana, for clarification and just for public awareness, we are doing a budget meeting in January are we having our final budget meeting or budget readout in January? Were you all planning to do something else in January?
Commissioner Camargo, I think you mean the quarterly budget update?
Yes.
The first one? Yes, I think
Yes.
that's the plan for January unless
Okay.
things have changed.
Okay.
And can you just
Perfect.
explain that? Is that how you track to-date budget match tracking expenditures to the annual budget? Is that what that is? That's what you're talking about?
Yes, that would be the plan. I think that's been actually a proposal that Commissioner Camargo worked on in her capacity as treasurer. And so
Okay.
the plan is to report on our spending to date, so you all see how we're performing relative to our budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
I have a question. Have we ever entertained having a grant writer and applying for grants? Like when I was at the Sheriff's Department, we had a grant writer. We're a government agency. We applied for grants around reentry and we got them. So if we could have a grant writer, if a commissioner has something around expungement or record sealing or social equity, we could apply for grants to help fund them. Could we entertain that at some point to do that?
It is a Commissioner Roy, if I may, I think it's a timely question, topical question. It's actually a live discussion right now, as far as not only the pursuit of grants, but also the mechanism for receiving them and spending against them. So for instance, our ability as an agency to accept the funds and where we could appropriate them, but yes. And also that was a significant portion of a budget discussion with our research department, more specifically. So yes, absolutely.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also they're often self-funding, I should note as well. So we may not see an appropriation for them. So that may not be an FTE per se, where oftentimes they're self-funded. So
Awesome. Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo and then Commissioner Concepcion.
Yeah, I'm gonna run through my questions.
Sorry, Commissioner Concepcion. Go ahead.
Commissioner Concepcion, just little grace here, little grace. We'll get there. We'll get there. I asked this when we met, but I want to talk about it a little bit in public. So every time I ask, have we spent our budget? You know, how much money are we giving back? I then hear a lot of different, conversations and stories. And I guess in the bigger picture and the strategic picture of everything that we do, I'm just curious how we are looking at, prior spending, how that relates to our department heads and their spending capacity. And if, how are we taking that into consideration? Because we're asking, and then we're giving money back every year. So I want you all to elaborate a little bit on that in terms of how it relates to the department heads. I know I hear there's a backlog, there's a bottleneck, contracts are not going out as fast as they should be, all this stuff. So if you guys can speak to that a little bit, because this is a hefty budget that we're putting together. And what my concern is, do we have the capacity to spend this? So I would want to hear a little bit about that.
Adriana, I can begin, and if you don't mind kind of filling in either what I screw up or where I might miss, but Commissioner Camargo, it's a fair point and it's a fair observation of our historic practice. And it is something that I think over the course of time, we've learned a lot about our own abilities, but also are we biting off more than we can chew in some instances? And I think that's also why we've pivoted to the 2-year budget development process. And I credit Adriana and Alyssa Stack for helping integrate that into our thinking, which is, if I know that I need 20 people in my department, can I reasonably get 20 people in the door in 1 year? Can I do that over 2 years? Similarly, and I think you saw, and we presented the positions that would be included in this fiscal 24 proposal. You saw that we're anticipating kind of a mid-year start date for them, which is why in the budget development process, Adriana, in May, despite annualizing those salaries, they might have chopped them in half as far as when they might hit our books, so to speak, which is why, though, there is a difference between our fiscal year availability and level maintenance, because now we're annualizing the salaries from this fiscal year. That's also why you saw in the public awareness context, we know based on history that if we were to get the funding and then start the procurement process, we wouldn't be executing a $1.5 million budget. We'd likely be executing a $750,000 budget. And so that's something we've also asked our departments to consider when making the request. Is the other part you saw, which I think is strategic, is in the context of our IT department, bringing in a vendor manager, someone that can work in our department to manage contracts, but manage vendors, manage when the contract expires, if it needs to be renewed, what that looks like. And I want to give also credit to our legal team for thinking strategically around how do we prioritize contracts? Can we get to more of a standard contract form? Does everything need to be its own unique statement of work, or can we look at bringing in procurements? And then lastly, the compliment I want to pay is to Adriana and her team and the arrival of Dan Billings and the fact that he can start to look at procurements, actually manage and shepherd procurements through a process such that we're anticipating deadlines and things. So we are getting tighter and tighter, but I think your observation historically is well placed and it's well taken. I think it's something we've tried to incorporate into our budgeting for future fiscal years.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the conversation. And I think I'm good with the other questions. I know Commissioner Concepcion had some questions. Thank you.
And Adriana and I are available too.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Luckily, I will be really brief. It wasn't a question, it was a comment. I wanted to really thank Commissioner Roy for that point about grants. I did not think about that, but you are absolutely right. And we did the same practice when I headed a department for the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. We did utilize grants. I'm glad to hear that there's some action being taken. So thank you, Sean, for that summary and that brief on that. But I would love to hear more about, the progress that's being made. So I just wanted to comment and said, thank you, Commissioner Roy. I thought that was a fabulous idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've been motioned and seconded. Are there any further questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take the roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. And now we will be moving to the ratification of a stipulated agreement for, and I hope I'm pronouncing this, Neomat LLC. This is an enforcement action. It will be presented by Enforcement Counsel Rebecca Lopez and her team. And I will now turn this over to Attorney Lopez for the presentation.
Good afternoon, commissioners. It's nice to see all of you. Today, the Investigations and Enforcement Department is also recommending ratification of a stipulated agreement in the matter of Neomat LLC, which is license number MC 282693. The lead counsel on this enforcement action is our Associate Enforcement Counsel, Andrew Carter. Attorney Carter will provide you with an overview of the relevant facts pertaining to this action, the regulatory violations committed, and the terms and conditions of relief that were negotiated between the Investigations and Enforcement Department and the licensee, all of which is presented before you today for ratification. I will also be available to assist and to answer any questions as needed. But at this time, I will turn the presentation over to Attorney Carter. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, commissioners and Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. The matter before you is a proposed final order and stipulated agreement for Neomat LLC. This follows the issuance of a letter of enforcement intent against Neomat on July 1st, 2022, and is the culmination of investigative and enforcement efforts. On February 5th, 2021, the Commission issued a final license to Neomat as a Tier 3 outdoor marijuana cultivator. The license authorized Neomat to cultivate at 10,001 to 20,000 square feet of canopy. On September 29th, 2021, the Investigations and Enforcement Department conducted a post-final license inspection, or a PFLI, on the licensed premises. When conducting the PFLI, enforcement staff measured the cultivation area. Enforcement's technique for measuring the cultivation area was the static distance between the T-posts for each area of width, 5 feet, multiplied by the length of the plant row, which varied in distance. Enforcement staff also discovered additional cultivation areas beyond the garden beds. Plants were found growing in 5-gallon pots around portions of Neomat's perimeter fence line. Having determined that Neomat's canopy exceeded the maximum square footage permitted for a Tier 3 marijuana cultivator, on October 7th, 2021, enforcement staff issued a Notice of Deficiency, or NOD, citing violations of 935 CMR 500.005.1c and 500.050.2c. On October 8th, 2021, Neomat submitted a plan of correction, or POC. In the POC, indicated that the width of each row had been measured by the tilted garden bed, which was less than the width relied on by enforcement staff for its calculation. On November 16th, 2021, Neomat submitted an amended plan of correction featuring an amended canopy calculation based on the linear foot measured by enforcement staff. Adopting enforcement's calculation of 7,105 linear feet, Neomat calculated a 24,868 approximately square foot canopy. As a result, Neomat identified that its canopy had exceeded its tier limitation by approximately 4,868 square feet. In its amended plan of correction, Neomat also indicated that it had destroyed 20% of its infield canopy on November 2nd, 2021, and November 3rd, 2021, as a corrective measure for the overage. Towards that end, NEOMAT listed the plants as wasted in the Commission's seed to sale tracking system or metric. Enforcement could not verify that NEOMAT had destroyed 20% of its infield crop to correct the excess of canopy because the metric record attributes plant destruction to other causes, such as weather, plant death, root rot, plant weakness, or the plants not being harvestable. On December 9th, 2021, NEOMAT, through its legal counsel, provided a second amended plan of correction, which reasserted NEOMAT's position that it had cultivated at least 4,868 square feet of plant canopy beyond its approved tier. According to its amended POC, NEOMAT leveled the entirety of its garden beds on or around November 15th of 2021 during its farming cycle. NEOMAT further asserted it has been operating within the 20,000 square foot canopy limitation as of November 3rd, 2021. So now I'm going to speak about the violations, which would be a breach of the authorized canopy tier. So pursuant to 935 CMR 500.0051 C, each applicant shall choose the tier at which it will be initially licensed. Pursuant to 500.0502B, a marijuana cultivator shall select a cultivation tier. Cultivation tiers are based on square footage of canopy. 500.0502C, tier expansion. A marijuana cultivator may submit an application in a time and a manner determined by the Commission to change its tiers in which it's classified. And 500.1032D, acceptance of a provisional license or final license constitutes an agreement by the marijuana establishment that it will adhere to all practices, policies, and procedures that are described in the application materials, as well as all relevant laws, regulations, and any conditions imposed by the Commission as part of licensure. So now I will turn to the proposed resolution. Through this final order and stipulated agreement, the parties have agreed to resolve the violations through terms and conditions, allowing for enhanced Commission oversight for an interim period to protect the public health, public safety, and public welfare. Those terms and conditions are as follows. A 24-month period of probation during which substantial non-compliance with the Commission's laws shall constitute full and adequate grounds for license suspension or revocation. Continuing education for both owners and agents. So this would include the Massachusetts Metric New Business Training and the Metric Learning Training courses. NEOMAT must take these courses at least once each year during the probationary period, which would total 2 trainings per year. NEOMAT is also precluded from seeking a tier expansion for MC 282693 during the probationary period. NEOMAT shall request that enforcement staff come on site to certify the size of the canopy at the start of each growing season during the probationary period. NEOMAT shall also pay a recoupment fee in the amount of $2,275 for the license fee prorated that was not paid while the licensee improperly operated at a Tier 4 canopy. And NEOMAT's failure to comply with its license tier limitations shall result in a penalty assessed at $20,000, which ensures that NEOMAT will not profit from the actions determined to be in violation of the state marijuana laws. Mitigating factors that were taken into consideration when arriving at this fine amount included the licensee's financial condition, in addition to its status as a small business and as an outdoor cultivator. Each of these terms and conditions represent fines and affirmative relief measures from the violations and are in the public interest. Conclusion. This final order and stipulated agreement represents the culmination of an extensive investigation and inspection by the Investigations Department, directed by Director of Investigations Noam Kamalo and her team. I would also like to thank and recognize the efforts of Investigations Manager Colin Soper, Investigator Aaron Kelly, our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement Yao Jibi, and Enforcement Counselor Rebecca Lopez, as well as the Executive Director Sean Collins. Enforcement staff recommend ratification of this agreement as an appropriate resolution of the dispute between the parties. The proposed remedy recognizes that NEOMAT has accepted responsibility for the violations set forth in the order, has demonstrated good faith in its participation in the Commission's investigation, and will take affirmative measures in furtherance of the public interest in order to restore its good standing with the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you and would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Carter. Are there any questions from the commissioners? I may have one, not so much about this. Anybody have any questions? Attorney Carter, can I just, and this is more, not that, and I think that you guys have done, just a brilliant job, with the investigation. It sounds like you've gotten, cooperation, from the cultivator. And I think that this, is an excellent resolution. I also think it's very important because these are smaller business owners. These are outdoor farmers that have, a seasonal nature to their business. I guess what I'm asking, and it isn't necessarily about enforcement so much, but how do we help? We obviously tell people this is what their tier is, and they know that, but how can we possibly help, maybe less sophisticated business owners comply in the first place? Maybe there was some indication that there was willful knowledge of this happening, but how do we help people measure, understand the square footage of the canopy that's being? If you could just explain to me, how do we kind of measure that in the beginning of a season, where people, and not we, but how does one measure that to make sure that they're not going to violate the law in the future?
Sure, and I would be happy to invite Councilor Lopez if she would like to join in as well. But what I would say is certainly the overarching goal of the Enforcement Department is for all of our licensees and applicants to be in compliance with the law. I would also note that we do have a inspectional process where there are many touch points between our investigative staff and or compliance officer, depending on if we're on the adult use or medical side. So we know that the inspectional process includes both at the provisional phase and at the final license phase, and then also at the commence operation phase. So I think those touch points between staff at the commission and the licensee really present an opportunity to make sure that the applicant or licensee is operating compliantly, because like I said, that is always the goal of our department, is to ensure that our licensees are operating compliantly.
Commissioner Roy, you have a question?
I do. Thank you so much, Attorney Carter and Attorney Lopez and the entire investigations team. I just have a question around metric, and I see that part of the proposed remedy is metric training. So the discrepancy in the canopy, and there was different numbers. We measured it one way, we got a number, they measured it, got to another number. The excess plants, were they in metric, and were those healthy plants?
So the issue with metric was NEOMAT did state to us that as a remedial measure, they were going to destroy 20% of their canopy in order to be under the tier. However, when we went into our seed to sale tracking system metric, we could not verify that had actually occurred. So under the metric in the record in metric, demonstrated that plants were destroyed for other reasons. So the plant destruction may have been caused by weather. It may have been caused by plant death. It may have been caused by root rot. It may have been caused by plant weakness. So yes, it was I believe it was captured in the seed to sale tracking system when they destroyed it. However, it did not correspond, or we could not verify that it had been destroyed in order to reduce the tier amount.
So
Greg, go ahead.
I just have to follow up. So I guess I'm throwing it out there for future cases, if you will. So if those were healthy plants, would we ever consider a proposed remedy as opposed to destroying healthy plants, donating healthy plants to indigent medical patients and veterans as opposed to destroying healthy plants? Would we ever consider that in the future?
So I don't want to speak for others, but let me have Rebecca go.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yes, so Commissioner Roy, thank you very much for that. And usually what we do in this process when we're evaluating what the affirmative relief will look like is we do confer with the compliance team, the lead investigator or compliance officer assigned to the case, and we get a sense from them of, you know, what they would need to see in order to resolve the compliance concerns that they have identified throughout the course of the investigation. But there is no limit to what that can look like. You know, we are usually very creative in terms of trying to identify a remedy that's individually tailored to the compliance concern. So that is a very interesting idea, and I'm more than happy to bring that back to the Director of Investigations and the Chief of Investigations.
I mean, one person's non-compliance could benefit others in a positive way, whether it's indigent medical patients or veterans or whatever. But instead of destroying healthy plants, maybe there's opportunity in the future to do good, right, from those plants. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And following on Commissioner Roy, because I know that you and I both have a special concern about farmers and outdoor growers. You know, my sense is that outdoor growing, you know, we now have seen, a new virus showing up in Massachusetts, you know, with Massachusetts cultivators. And we know that outdoor growers are more susceptible to mold and other, you know, kinds of problems or pests that can, kill a plant. I do know that, and I remember reading from the owner of EOS Farms, you know, how thrilled he was with the changes in the pesticide rule, because I think he said something like he had lost, I think, 60% of his crop. I guess what I'm getting at is not the enforcement, but it's the how can we provide support? And again, maybe it's not our job, but how do we support especially those farmers, you know, and this is, I was a state rep and state senator out in Western Mass, and, you know, a lot of these farmers, I've seen their tobacco crops get wiped out by blue mold, and I'm only now learning a little bit more about the vulnerabilities of outdoor cannabis growing. But I would like to, for a future time, and this is not for the enforcement team because you guys have done a great job, but really sort of consider how we think about not only this tier issue, but how during the course of the year, when there are greater hazards to those outdoor growers, is there any way that we can figure out some sort of solution that is helpful to them? I'm not asking for an answer, you know, today, because it's a bigger question for today. I think you guys have done a great job. You followed the law. You were very clear and, frankly, I think very helpful to this farm that may or may not have, you know, they did not live up to our stringent rules in terms of keeping track of inventory and you know, overage on strict tier requirements. But I would like us as a commission to just sort of think about this and maybe in the future have a conversation. What does that mean? Again, this, I won't say solve, this will likely be helped with the new pesticide rules, but I'd like to sort of understand and maybe, you know, listen a little bit to the farmers about some of the challenges that they have, particularly growing outdoors versus indoors. Again, it's really just a commentary. I don't know if anybody, wants to, have any more questions for the attorneys, because I think they've done their job. I think the whole team has done their job. But this is just, again, a sensitivity that I have, having, represented a number of people in the agricultural industry and understanding the struggles they face going forward. So again, thank you, Rebecca and Andrew, attorneys, for the job that you've done, and thanks to your team. I really appreciate it. Are there any other questions or comments that the commissioners have?
Sean was going to make a comment.
Sean?
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for reminding me. And thank you, Madam Chair. This kind of gets back to Commissioner Roy's question, but Madam Chair, I think you and I can obviously spend some more time talking about your last point as well. As far as the creativity, as far as what we may do with inventory that may have to be disposed or in some way remedied, I also want to just acknowledge that in instances like the enforcement action before you, these are things that are negotiated. And so there's nothing limiting the ability of a licensee for proposing something that might be creative or and for us to entertain that as well. So I think that's a great aspect of these discussions that we do engage in, is that there might be something that is, in this instance, it's a small farm. They may be familiar with someone they'd like to assist. There's nothing precluding them from offering the same. So I think it's a great idea, and I'm obviously would look for Rebecca's reaction too, and obviously she'll take it back to the team. But just wanted to acknowledge that these are negotiated items too. So we appreciate the feedback of licensees in the same.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rebecca and Andrew, again, great job. Remind me, is there a public posting of this enforcement action after we vote?
Yes, Commissioner. It's my understanding that the Chief of Investigations will work with our communications team to ensure that this will be posted.
Okay. And I think that maybe touches on your point, Madam Chair, of, hopefully there are other outside cultivators who are looking at this and could go back and review that material to understand what the issue was, what the challenge and the obstacle was, so that hopefully they can avoid it, or at least reach out to their investigator and seek some clarification. I know that's maybe not full education, as you've alluded to, but at least, for us to alert other outdoor cultivators that here's a case that came up, read through the decision and hopefully have a few takeaways for your own operation.
Yeah, I have raised this in other conversations, but I do think, we communicate, the legal requirements. And I think that, when people, get their provisional, get their final, re-up, I just think that I always try to remember that, these are human beings that we're dealing with, and a lot of small businesses, and making sure that, we assume, they're regulated business. They should know what they should do. But having dealt with a number of farmers get very creative. And creativity is not a good thing in a highly regulated industry. So I think it is important that we bring, as much education and reminding of what the rules and responsibilities are on an annual basis during those licensure renewals. So anyway, I really thank the team, for what they've done. Unless anybody else has any questions, I've been really thrilled to work with both Andrew and Rebecca. They've just been terrific with me, and I appreciate their guidance and support in my new role here. This is the first time I think I've been able to publicly thank them. Any other questions, any commentary from the executive director?
Not for me.
That being said, I seek a motion to ratify the stipulated agreement for Neomat LLC. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any additional questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, the motion having been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show. Motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Again, thank you very much to the entire investigative and legal team. Now we are going on to a job description for a new position, policy analyst. And this final vote is going to be Executive Director Collins will present this to us, the why and the what and the how. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be brief, knowing that it's been a long day for each of you. Nonetheless, this is an important role creation here at our agency. And I think Commissioner Stebbins, you asked the question earlier about when items are budgeted for and envisioned, does the commission still retain authority as far as the creation of that role? This is case in point. In fiscal 23, we did anticipate the addition of a role of a policy analyst. And you saw earlier today, there's also the ability to expand that capacity. So nonetheless, the position is now before you for your consideration for creation, timely in so much as you are about to embark on a regulatory round that includes much of that stakeholder engagement, policy development, policy exploration. And one of the things we've experienced historically here at the agency is in that can be an all-consuming process, that could be an all-consuming task. What it also does, though, is it might distract from the work of some departments. So in other words, if you'd like to explore the creation of a new license type, you're going to pull in resources and have access to licensing, perhaps Kyle Poppin, Director of Licensing, perhaps Rebecca Lopez, our Enforcement Counsel. But there's never been any one person necessarily that can run between those different departments, gather policy options, gather policy going on in other jurisdictions, and kind of concisely prepare it. But that is their job, as opposed to one of their many jobs here at this agency. So this position under the direction of Matt Giancola, our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, who he himself is in a lot of ways a very versatile person, very versatile talent, building out his team to ensure that he has sufficient support to support each of you as a commission, as commissioners individually, but also as a collective in policy development. This would be that role. Also mindful that the regulatory process itself is a large legal function, but again, that shepherding policy is something that even falls to that team, but maybe perhaps should not, given, again, the requirements that they have, especially around contract development and other legal obligations. So the versatility of this role is something that's also, I think, going to be very critical. And then selfishly, I just want to acknowledge this is often a capacity that I would fill in my career. So obviously, if I seem as though it's something I support, is probably because I can see myself in my own history in a lot of this role. And obviously, I'm never going to suggest that I was not necessary in my previous capacity. So happy to take any questions you may have. You do have the description before you. And again, I'm excited to introduce this concept here at this agency and hope you'll find a lot of utility in the role. And more importantly, I'm appreciative of the work that our team has done historically. And I hope they see the utility in this role and what it will give them for capacity back. So again, happy to take any questions though.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, I will seek a motion.
Looks like Commissioner Camargo may have a question.
Sorry, I didn't look quickly enough. Commissioner Camargo, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all good. Not Commissioner. Oh, I just gave you a new job. Sean, Mr. Executive Director. God, it's 4 o'clock.
That's right.
This position, is it an internal posting or external posting?
Given the creation of a new role, it's likely to be an external posting is my best guess.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you. Very needed position. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? I see no hands raised. I will seek a motion to approve the job description for policy analyst. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Any additional questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, the motion having been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Now we move to new business not anticipated at the time of posting. Commissioner Roy.
Okay, it's been a really long day, but I do need to bring up something. Under new business, do we have a plan? Are we in person next month? I just want to talk about next month, and I know commissioners have expressed the desire to have meetings in person, public meetings. So I just figured if we could discuss it now, then we would have a game plan for January.
If I could just, I had a conversation with Alyssa Stack, and I had actually thought that we were looking to determine the technology and how we sort of move back into this with a sort of hybrid of us being in person. And then, eventually we will have public meetings, but we're moving towards that. And she had noted that, someone has to pull the trigger. And I said, I would consider the trigger pulled, because I think we've all, had comments during our mediation meetings. But I would like each commissioner, if you could just, weigh in, sort of officially hear what your thoughts are. I mean, I'm very much in support of it. I think we should do it in January if we can make sure that, all the technology works. So, I would really appreciate being able to do that. And I think you would, but I would love if anybody has any sort of pushback or any questions, and also the executive director, any pushback. Maybe I'll start with you, the executive director. Is there any pushback or any questions or concerns about that?
Just the execution aspects of it. There are no technology limitations or problems for doing that. Again, I would only want to just manage the execution of it as far as staff implications, etc. So, but the tech and the facility should be available and ready.
Anyone else have any questions, concerns? Commissioner Stebbins?
I look forward to working with everybody in person. So the sooner we can make that happen, the better.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. I had a question just in terms of, I like when we're able to come together in person. So I echo that. Sorry, my lights are off now. But I got a question in terms of public access. If we are coming together in January, does that then mean it's just we're opening for the public? I'm asking because we're having an uptick right now with COVID cases. So I have that in mind. So is there a separation between the two, or will they have to be in conjunction with each other?
Sean, I'd let you answer it, but my sense was that this will be sort of a hybrid as we're sort of, moving back to get more fully in person. That I think that one of the things that I think is important for is the commission to be in person, and to sort of start with that, and then, maybe take a couple of months to figure out how we fully open this up to the public and what the timing on that is. In my sense, and again, this is just my opinion, but my sense is that it's probably better done towards the spring. I'm right now, I'm more worried about RSV and flu. Okay. And I do think that this is something that, we all need to be, considering. But that's just my opinion. That's what I thought. And I don't know, again, if anyone else has any thoughts or concerns about being open to the public or being hybrid open to the public as we are right now. Commissioner Camargo, did you want to make a comment?
Well, I wanted to see if Sean.
Oh, sorry.
Response to that also.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just, this is personal preference more than anything else. I think that hybrid makes the most sense, is getting the space in order, making sure, again, the technology aspect is one thing. The management of the public and historically the commission did attract a crowd. I would want to be mindful of that, especially given the space capacities. And I think we do have room capacities as set kind of by fire code. I think that would be downsized dramatically to accommodate safe distancing, etc. So we do have the ability to use spillover space, but I guess my strong recommendation would be that if the commission would like to meet together, that is one aspect. We may still broadcast the meeting the same way we do right now, which does make it accessible to the public, is also compliant with the allowance for open meeting laws right now. So,
Commissioner Camargo, did you have a question or point?
Yeah, no, I guess just a comment. I echo my fellow commissioners, and Commissioner Concepcion, you're right. We got to make sure that this stays accessible to folks who typically have not been able to travel to Worcester, for all kinds of reasons, so I think we keep it accessible. My recommendation, I think like everybody's here, is that we try it out, because we ourselves have only been in person together one time on Monday, or 4 or 5 times, right, with our whole team on Monday. But so I would say we try it out for a few months, and then, in 3 months we reevaluate and see where things are at, and then we go from there. Also, I'm curious too if I think it's allowable that if anything, one of us could still be virtual or whatever, right? If there's like an emergency or something. So okay, yeah, I think I'm
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still providing accommodations, whether it's commissioner
Sure.
or people who need to be accommodated.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So, Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. My other question was, if there are some who come in, hopefully everyone does come in, but in the case if some have to sort of call in virtually, do we still need 3 in person to constitute a quorum? Or okay, that was my
No,
thank you.
no. I mean, I think that COVID has allowed remote quorum. You know what I mean? Again, this is considered a quorum again. And I will tell you, I may be a little bit, I may lack clarity, but the point of us being in person will not extinguish the fact that you can attend virtually, right? And we as we're doing this is a question that we can ask to our general counsel and other people, but my sense is that I don't think that that's going to make that much of a difference, that it's not going to extinguish that if one is in and one is not. But they're better lawyers than me on this call. So
may I just ask a clarifying question? And if the answer is yes, perhaps just emphasize the point. Is the decision therefore, or is the discussion, I think we're leading to a decision, the commissioners will return to in person, however the public, it will not be accessible to the public outside of the technology format. And the reason I ask is I just don't want people watching this meeting right now to be confused and attempt to attend. And as I'm listening to it, it's not certain to me, it's not clear to me. So I just want to make sure that we can tell the public that might be watching remaining at the meeting, please don't come to Worcester.
What I would suggest is the first step towards kind of, normalizing, where we are sort of in the COVID endemic phase is that the commission will come together for a meeting. If there needs to be an accommodation for any commissioner that cannot be there in person, that's fine. And at this point, we're making no decision about we're making a decision that the public will not be attending these meetings until we've had an opportunity to grapple a little bit more about the logistical issues facing us. Should this be open physically to the public? Have I stated this correctly? If anyone wants to change or tweak or whatever, that's I hope I'm stating that correctly. Okay. Now, do we need to take a vote, or this is just we're just giving you our sense, right? We don't need to take a vote on this.
I agree. I think this just sounds like logistics to me.
Okay. Is there any other new business that any of the commissioners would like to raise?
Chairwoman, should we go ahead, Sean? I see you. You already know.
I'm reaching for the opinion.
Go
so
ahead.
we had a discussion earlier.
We're on the same.
Yeah, thank you. There was discussion earlier about the things potentially elapsing as far as telehealth, curbside, as well as community outreach meetings. I guess the bodies are strongly encouraged through the open meeting law to postpone any discussions or actions if they've not been noticed publicly. So in this instance, we did not notice those things. A question, and Christine, you are still here with us. So I guess a question I would pose is there might be potential, if the commission was so inclined, you may consider extending them until your next meeting, again, which may mitigate the need to come together, knowing that that really is an equivalent time lapse of say 11 days or 12 days. Again, the most conservative approach, though, is to not do anything today and perhaps have that meeting at some point before the expiration. But again, you have the benefit of the advice of your GC, and I want to make sure that I create that space for her too.
Thank you, John. Yes, I agree. You can consider it, including doing a temporary extension until your next regular public meeting. As Sean pointed out, there's a guidance but not explicit prohibition to postpone consideration of a matter that has not been noticed, but you can decide to consider it.
Can you restate that?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so under the open meeting law does not prohibit you from considering and voting on the matter. They encourage you to postpone consideration when a matter's not been noticed in advance, but you're not prohibited from considering it. So to Sean's point, if you want to consider a temporary extension to the next regularly scheduled public meeting, that's within your discretion to do so.
Okay. then that's a good thing. And I thank Commissioner Camargo for raising the question earlier in the meeting. So she's got it, Robert's rules. I'm thinking of Massachusetts state law, not Robert's rules. So anyway, so I will then seek a motion to extend, and I'm trying to can you just language it for me, and then I will seek a motion, because I don't have the descriptors in front of me.
So I'll do my best to be most descriptive and also encompassing. So it would be a motion to extend the allowances for telehealth for initial certification, curbside operations for medical marijuana treatment centers, and virtual community outreach meetings from their existing deadlines of December 31st until the next commission meeting scheduled at this point for January 12th, 2023.
Okay. So then I will seek a motion to temporarily extend Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I just want to weigh in.
Sure.
I'm really reluctant to pursue this. I know the expiration is at the end of the month. I think that gives us about 3 weeks that we could arrange a short meeting. I'm mindful, not that to our general counsel's point, that we could do this. I'm just mindful of it setting any precedent on other issues that might come up. I just think we do have the time, and I think what we would use another December meeting for would be to build out that extension so we could have a thoughtful discussion. I'm also mindful of, giving staff, and I don't know if the executive director would have a sense of this, of extending it out to the right time so that our staff has the time to pull the information together for us, and whether they'd be able to do that by the meeting in January. So I'm just reluctant to address it today.
Can I just restate what I think you're saying? What I think you're saying is we're about to entertain a motion to extend this deadline or expiration date to January. And what I'm hearing you say is that the extra 2 weeks to determine whether it's January, February, or March might be preferable to taking a stab at what it is right now. Am I restating that correctly?
Yeah, I think you've restated it well. I think it does give us some time, again, between now and the end of the year. 3 of us can come together, and I think that the 3 of us in a quorum would be able to kind of move that date out. I'm just mindful of trying to rush it through again without it having been posted, and I appreciate the general counsel's research into this, but I don't feel that pressing about this at this time, when I don't think we have when I think we do have an avenue to address it before the lapse.
If I could just respond to your comment, it's probably the end of the day, and I'm like, oh, we have a quick answer, but I'm not. But I think I agree with you that and this is what I had said earlier. It's setting a precedent, and again, this is really. I think that this helps us make sure that we get it right and not get it fast. And then I think we don't know whether we're doing it to January or after. So I think that we can get a little bit more thought into it. But again, I would, ask the other commissioners what they think, because I guess I tend to agree with Commissioner Stebbins. And I'm around. So. Anybody else? Commissioner Roy?
No, Commissioner Stebbins makes valid points. I do agree with him. I think if we get we're just kicking the can to get to the robust discussion. And I don't feel that from today to the next meeting in January gives staff and everyone enough time to collect the data or information to present to the commission. So we can resume a quick meeting in a week or 2 and just vote on an extension so we don't set precedent, but I really feel staff needs the right amount of time to bring us back the information that we need.
again, just remembering that we're not going to have the robust discussion in December. We're really
No, but even
just,
January is too
Yeah.
quick.
well, that's what I'm saying is I think that we're just getting, in the next couple of weeks, getting clarity from the staff as to when does robust happen? January, February, or
Right.
March, right?
Right.
Okay. So
Right.
any anybody else have any thoughts about this? Because again, I don't want to take anybody away from their family, but I think that this is literally just an administrative. All those in favor say aye, opposed no, and the ayes have it, and go back to the pool. So
So we think. So we think.
yeah. Well, if it is gonna be more than that, then I think that it actually argues for waiting.
Just a clarifying question, Commissioner
Sure.
Stebbins. I know I'm hearing what you're saying, and I get it. I just want to be clear. So the December, let's say we push it out. First of all, Christine, thank you so much for the hustle of trying to figure this out. We're still learning a lot of stuff, like I always say. So it's good to know that this is possible if something did come about like this, right? But we have to decide what we do and what we don't. But I guess my question is, what is the expectation in December? And I want to be mindful. I know we got to do our jobs and we have a December 31st deadline. But the reality is that a lot of folks are going to be on vacation in the next week and a half, 2 weeks. Staff, ourselves, our executive director, and I know he'll step up and be in it. But I also want to be mindful of like really allowing people the work-life balance. So my question is, in December, if we move this on, what is expectation for the next meeting? Are we going to just come to a meeting and just say, okay, we're going to extend this now till January 12th? And then, so I guess I just want to know what the expectations are for that December meeting, and what the operational piece would be like for our staff.
What I think I hear Commissioner Stebbins saying is that whatever I would like to get a sense, and we can't get it today because there's not enough time to get that today, but from staff, what is the information we're going to be looking for to color this decision, whether it's January, February, or March? And all I want from staff is, I think January's good. I think January's terrible because I'm going to be in the Bahamas for 3 weeks in December. So I don't have to go to your extra commission meeting, but I'm going to have to get this done the first week in January. So maybe I want it February. So all I would like from the staff is to tell us within whatever time period we think we can get this meeting done. And we don't even have to, I think, determine this meeting right now. I think that we may just want to get a sense of the staff. When do they think we're going to be ready to make a decision about this? Because we're not ready to make a decision about this. We're just ready to kick the can. And I'm just saying,
Got it.
if I kick the can, I just want to know when I'm kicking it to. January, February, or March. That's all. Does that make sense?
Yes, totally makes sense. I look at it differently, but I'm a team player, so I hear you all. I'm like, we're gonna kick the can anyways next week. So
yeah, that's exactly we're exactly kicking the can. But I do know that we can, but I worry about the fact that we haven't properly publicized this, and this is not sort of rules of it. It's state law, and even though
I know,
I get worried about setting a precedent that
absolutely no, I get it. I get it. I know, and it has to do with a lot of policies. I get it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't have to do anything. Unless we want to take a consensus. I think that we should set up a brief extra meeting sometime in December. It sounds like Commissioner Camargo thinks we can do it today. Commissioner Concepcion, I don't know if you have any thoughts about this, but I think that I would like to hear back from the staff by next week, early next week, when they think we're going to have the information. I would just like their recommendation when they think what's our target. That's all.
Yeah. And Chair,
I agree with that. I'm sorry, my camera's off because my lighting is going on and off. But I agree with your position and the suggestion of including staff and getting that feedback first.
Okay. All right.
Chair, we could toast New Year's Eve together. We could say aye and I'm just kidding.
No, we
I'm
can't.
just
No, we
kidding.
can't,
I'm
Commissioner
just
Roy.
kidding.
No, we can't.
Just kidding.
Chairwoman, just for the record, I know you just said that I'm at a place. That was my discussion, but that's not where I'm at. So I just want to
Oh,
clear
okay,
that for the
fine.
record.
Okay. No, no, but can I tell you, I think that your point was well taken in the beginning. I think that our general counsel's research was helpful. But I think it kind of goes beyond can we, but should we? And I think
Yeah,
that we've kind
got
of
it.
arrived. So
I just want to make
thank you.
sure that my position, I'm speaking on my position, not anybody else, even though I've said
That's-
what I said. So I just want to be clear.
No, you're
So-
and you're being mindful. You're being mindful of people's time, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, but listen,
Um,
I'm with the majority of this. It makes sense, and I'm with you all. So
Okay. So we don't have to do anything. We're going to hear back from the staff. Okay. Any additional new business? Nope. Next meeting date is going to be Thursday, January 12th, 2023. And this is going to be 10 a.m. It says remote via Teams. That will be for the general public, but those of us on the commission will be able to meet in person. And unless there's anything else that I'm missing, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Concepcion, would you make that motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that motion?
second.
Okay, any questions or comments from the commissioners? Nope, hearing none, the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye, with
Commissioner
enthusiasm.
Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye, and thank you, everybody, for everybody's good work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So-
Absolutely.
The record shows motion approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. It passes unanimously. And again, I want to thank everybody for having a good humor and a good debate. And you know, I think that we've had a very productive week, both at our meeting with the senior staff on Monday and today. And I thank all of you. And to the people that I will see before the holidays, I'll see you before the holidays. And then the people I won't see before whatever you do celebrate, I wish you good cheer in whatever you do with your family towards the end of the year during this holiday season. So thanks, everybody.
Happy New
Okay.
Year, Commissioner Roy.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
And happy birthday, Ava's little boy.
Yeah.
Happy birthday,
Happy
David.
birthday. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Thank you so
Bye.
much. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thanks, team.
Bye.